Hi and welcome. I'm Midnight Truth, and it's so nice to have you here tonight, wherever you are right now. Whether you're in bed, lying on the couch, or just looking for a quiet moment, I want you to know this time is for you. Take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out, feel the weight of the day start to fade. Let your mind settle, let your body relax, and let yourself simply be. There's no rush, no pressure, just this calm, quiet moment. If you'd like, you can close your eyes and imagine yourself in a peaceful place. Maybe it's a cozy room with soft, warm lighting. Or maybe it's under a starry sky, with a gentle breeze brushing against you. Wherever you feel safe and calm, let yourself drift there. I know many of you use these stories to fall asleep. So before we begin, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time is it there? Tonight's story is gentle and soothing, perfect to carry you into a deep, restful sleep. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin. I had never planned to move here, not really. The divorce had been a mess, messy, emotional, and in the end, it left me with nothing but a broken heart and a mountain of debt. So, when I saw the for rent sign outside the house, I had no choice. It was cheap, older, and small, exactly what I needed. I needed to start fresh. The house was a lot like me, tired, worn out, and in desperate need of a little love. The paint on the walls was chipped, the wood creaked underfoot, and the windows rattled in the wind. But to me, that only made it feel more like home. I wasn't looking for luxury, just a place where I could get away from everything for a while. The first night was quiet, a welcome silence after all the chaos of the past few months. The bed creaked as I lay down, but that was nothing new. Old houses made noise. I tried to ignore the little things, like the strange draft that seemed to swirl around my feet or the faint odor of something musty in the air. I chalked it up to age, a house that had been neglected for too long. The next morning, I went to the front yard to check the mailbox. That's when I met the neighbor. Hey there. He was an older man, probably in his 60s, with a thick gray beard and an unkempt look. His eyes were kind, but there was something unsettling about the way he looked at me, like he was sizing me up. "You just moved in, huh?" he asked, his voice gruff but friendly. "Yeah," I replied. "Just got here yesterday." "Well, welcome to the neighborhood, I suppose," he said, his gaze drifting toward the house. "Not many people stay in that place long, you know." I raised an eyebrow. "Why's that?" He hesitated, as if considering whether to tell me. "Strange things happen there," he said finally, his voice dropping low. "People have left in the middle of the night, screaming about curses, seeing things that aren't there. You'll hear noises, that's for sure. The house has a way of making you feel like you're not alone, even when you are." I laughed it off, trying to hide the shiver that ran down my spine. "I'm sure it's just an old house settling, right?" The neighbor gave me a long look. "Maybe," he said, "but you might want to keep an eye out for the cold spots and the footsteps. They say they come from upstairs, but no one's ever been able to figure out why." I nodded, not wanting to engage too much. "Thanks for the heads up. I'll keep that in mind." The man simply nodded, turned, and walked back to his own house, leaving me standing there, feeling oddly uneasy. That night, I tried to forget about the neighbor's warning. After all, I was an adult. I wasn't going to let a few strange noises get to me. But as I settled into bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The house creaked, as houses do, and the wind howled outside, rattling the windows. But then I heard it, a soft thud, followed by another. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, as if someone was walking across the room above me. I froze, straining my ears to listen, but there was no one upstairs. I was the only one in the house, probably just the house settling, I whispered to myself, pulling the covers tighter around me. But even as I said the words, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I tried to ignore the sounds, telling myself it was nothing. But the next night, the footsteps came again, louder this time. And this time, I didn't tell myself it was nothing. I listened closely, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps were too rhythmic, too deliberate. It wasn't the house settling. It was something else. I was starting to wonder if maybe the neighbor had been right. The next few days passed in a haze of exhaustion and growing unease. I had hoped that it was just a phase, that maybe I was still adjusting to the house, but the strange noises wouldn't stop. Each night, the same slow, deliberate footsteps would echo through the floorboards above me. At first, I told myself it was just the house. Maybe the pipes were shifting, or some other old mechanism of the building was creaking under the weight of time. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. One evening, as I sat at the kitchen table eating dinner, I heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound, like something scratching against the wall. My heart skipped. I set my fork down and strained to listen. The noise came again, this time louder, and it seemed to be coming from the corner of the room. I got up and slowly moved toward the sound, my steps slow and cautious. Nothing. The wall was empty, just a faded patch of wallpaper that had long since peeled off. I stood there for a moment, my eyes scanning the room. The scratching had stopped, but the feeling of being watched lingered in the air. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself that it was just the house settling. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me to acknowledge it, something hidden in the walls. That night, I decided to stay up a bit later than usual. I had to get to the bottom of this. I couldn't keep pretending everything was normal when I felt like I was being followed through every dark corner of the house. The footsteps returned, as they always did, just as the clock struck midnight. I had already positioned myself on the couch, pretending to watch TV, but my ears were tuned to every sound. The floorboards creaked above me, slow and steady, as if something or someone was walking with purpose. This time, I didn't try to ignore it. I grabbed the flashlight I had kept by the front door and stood up, my legs shaky with anticipation. The beams of light cut through the darkness as I crept cautiously toward the staircase. The old wooden steps creaked under my weight as I began to climb, my heart pounding in my chest. Each step felt like it was taking me deeper into the unknown. When I reached the top of the stairs, I paused and listened. The footsteps had stopped. Silence hung in the air like a thick fog. I hesitated for a moment, my breath shallow, before pushing open the door to the bedroom. It was empty, just a shadowy, dust-filled room with old furniture that hadn't been touched in years. I moved quickly across the room, shining the flashlight in every corner, but there was nothing there. Nothing out of the ordinary. Still, something felt wrong. I sat down on the edge of the bed, the cool sheets brushing against my legs. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up as the temperature in the room seemed to drop. It was subtle at first, just a slight chill, but it quickly grew colder until I could see my breath in front of me. I stood up abruptly, my mind racing. What was happening? Why was the room getting colder? The flashlight flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. The silence was thick and suffocating. I turned and left the room, retreating down the stairs as fast as I could. I couldn't stay in that room anymore. The unease had grown too strong. The next day, I made a point to ask the neighbor about the house's history again. Maybe I had missed something. Maybe there was a logical explanation for all of this. I found him sitting on his porch, rocking back and forth in his old wooden chair. When I approached, he looked up with a knowing glint in his eyes, as if he had been expecting me. "You look like you've seen something," he said, his voice gravelly. What happened? I didn't know how to explain it. The noises, the cold spots, the feeling of being watched. So instead, I simply asked, "Is there something about the house I should know?" He hesitated for a long time, staring at a house as if he could see things I couldn't. "It's not just the house settling, you know. The last tenant, she was a mess. Lived here for almost a year. After a while, she started saying strange things, talking about rituals, about doors that shouldn't be open." I frowned, unsure of what he meant. Rituals? He nodded grimly. Yeah, she was obsessed with the occult. The house had been empty for a while before she moved in. The landlord didn't ask many questions when she signed the lease, but when she left, well, the neighbor said she was half crazy. One night, she just ran out of the house in her pajamas, babbling about curses and dark things, talking about something watching her from the attic. Never came back. I swallowed hard. The pieces of the puzzle starting to come together. Did she leave anything behind? The neighbor gave a slow shake of his head. Nothing that anyone found. But I've heard things, rumors about what went on in that house. Things that might explain the noises. The footsteps. The cold. He didn't say anything else, and for a long moment I stood there, letting his words sink in. When I returned home that evening, I felt different. The air in the house felt heavier, more oppressive, as if it was closing in around me. Every creak, every groan of the floorboards made my heart race a little faster. That night, I decided to investigate. I needed to know more about the house's history, about what the last tenant had been involved in. Maybe, just maybe, if I understood the past, I could make sense of the strange things happening around me. I searched the house, room by room. It wasn't until I entered the attic, a place I had always avoided, that I found what I was looking for. There, buried under a pile of old boxes and forgotten junk, was a small, leather-bound journal. The pages were yellowed with age. The ink faded in places, but still legible. The handwriting was erratic, like someone had written in a rush, their mind unraveling as they wrote. As I flipped through the pages, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The journal spoke of rituals, dark, forbidden practices that involved invoking forces from beyond the veil. It was clear that the woman who had lived here had been involved in something unnatural. She wrote of voices in the walls, whispers in the night, of a door that could not be opened, a threshold that once crossed would change everything. She had tried and failed to break free from whatever curse she had summoned. The last entry was the most chilling. Asterisk, I've seen them. They are here. The house is alive. It knows what I did. It won't let me leave. It won't let me escape. Asterisk, I felt a cold hand grip my chest as I closed the journal, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I had found the truth, but I wasn't sure I wanted to know it. The footsteps returned that night, louder than ever. And this time, I didn't dismiss them as the house settling. Something was in the house with me, something that wasn't ready to let me go. The days blurred together, the unease tightening around me like a vice. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was no longer just a place I lived in. It was a living thing, watching me, waiting. The sounds had escalated, becoming more frequent, more deliberate. The footsteps above me were no longer sporadic, but rhythmic, as though someone or something was pacing the floor just out of reach. Sometimes, I would wake to find myself staring at the ceiling, hearing those footsteps as clearly as if they were right beside me. At first, I told myself that I was just imagining things. After all, the house was old, and old houses made strange noises. But the journal I had found in the attic haunted me. The woman who had lived here, the ritual she had performed, the curse she had unleashed. These things seemed to weigh heavily on the house, clinging to the walls like cobwebs. And now, it was my turn to feel its presence. I decided to do some more digging. The neighbor had told me that the woman's obsession with the occult wasn't a well-kept secret in the neighborhood. Some of the older residents might know more about what had happened to her, about the things she had been involved in before she ran out of the house in terror. So, I set out to speak to a few people in the neighborhood, hoping to piece together the full story. It wasn't hard to find the locals who had lived here long enough to remember her. Mrs. Dunn, an elderly woman who lived 2 houses down, was the first to speak to me. Her eyes narrowed as I mentioned the previous tenant, and she didn't even need to hear the full story before she began to speak. "Ah, her," Mrs. Dunn said, shaking her head as she sat in her rocking chair. She was a strange one, moved and all quiet-like. Didn't make much noise at first. But soon enough, she was out and about looking for old books, antiques, things that weren't exactly normal. People around here got suspicious when she started bringing in all those odd statues and strange-looking things. You know, candles, bones, the like. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. Did she ever talk about the house? About the things she was doing here? Mrs. Dunn's lips trembled slightly, but she didn't look at me as she spoke, her gaze fixed somewhere far off. She talked about hearing things. Strange noises at night, just like you're hearing now. But she didn't seem scared at first. No, she thought she could handle it. Thought it was just part of the house's charm. But then it got worse. What do you mean? I pressed. The last time I saw her, she was pale as a ghost, eyes wide, like she hadn't slept in days. She said the house was alive, that it was hungry. She told me that whatever she had done, whatever ritual she had performed, had opened a door to something evil, something that wouldn't let her go. My heart raced as Mrs. Dunn continued. I don't know what she meant by that, but the next night, she ran out of that house, screaming. Never came back. Her stuff was left behind, but she was gone, and that was the last we heard of her. I asked her if anyone had ever gone into the house after that, but Mrs. Dunn only shook her head. No one's been brave enough to go inside, and after hearing the stories, I don't blame them. I thanked her for the information and made my way back home, my thoughts swirling. The pieces were falling into place, but I still didn't understand what it all meant. What had she opened? What had she unleashed on the house? That night, I returned to the attic. I had to find more answers, something that could explain the cold spots, the footsteps, the whispers that seemed to echo through the walls. I was certain now that the house wasn't just old, it was cursed, and the curse had been brought on by the rituals the woman had performed. But I didn't know how to stop it. How could I undo something like that? The attic was just as dark and oppressive as it had been the night before. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom, illuminating stacks of old boxes and forgotten belongings. But something felt different this time. There was a strange tension in the air, like the house itself was holding its breath. I moved cautiously, scanning the attic for anything that might give me more clues. Then I saw it, a small wooden chest, tucked away in the far corner. It looked old, even older than the rest of the things in the attic. My pulse quickened as I walked over to it, my hand trembling as I reached for the latch. The chest creaked open with an unsettling groan, and inside, I found more than I had bargained for. There were books with worn leather covers, their pages yellowed with age. There were symbols drawn on the inside covers, strange and unsettling, like some sort of ancient script, and scattered among them were faded photographs, snapshots of the woman who had lived here, her face twisted in terror, her eyes wide and wild. But the most disturbing thing was a small, tattered notebook, just like the journal I had found before, only this one was different. The handwriting was more erratic, more frantic. As I flipped through the pages, I found references to the same rituals I had read about in the first journal. Rituals designed to summon something from beyond. But this one was different. It spoke of a ritual that could open a door to another world, a world filled with darkness, where no one could escape. The last entry was the most chilling of all. Asterisk, the door is open now. I can hear them. They are waiting for me, watching from the other side. I don't know if I can close it. I don't know if I want to. Asterisk, I dropped the notebook, my hands shaking. The air in the attic had turned ice cold, and the faintest whisper brushed against my ear. I froze, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The house had been silent for so long, but now I could feel it. Something was here. Something had been awakened, and it was coming for me. I turned and ran down the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. But as I reached the bottom of the staircase, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate steps, echoing through the empty house. I was no longer alone. The footsteps behind me were growing louder, closer. My heart slammed against my chest, each beat a deafening drum. I turned sharply, half expecting to see someone standing there in the dim light, but the hallway was empty. The air felt heavier, thicker, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I could still hear the footsteps. They were unmistakable now. Slow, deliberate, like someone was trailing me, watching my every move. I froze, unable to process what was happening. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? Or had the house truly come alive, like Mrs. Dunn had suggested? I stumbled backward, my feet tangled in the rug. The sound of footsteps stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. It was the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl, the kind where you can feel the weight of something unseen pressing down on you. I held my breath, listening, hoping to hear something, anything, to tell me this was just a figment of my imagination. But there was only the sound of my own breathing, shallow and panicked. Slowly, I crept forward, every step measured and careful, like I was walking on eggshells. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I made my way toward the kitchen, where I thought I might find some clarity, some sense of control. But as soon as I stepped into the doorway, I froze again. The temperature had dropped drastically. It felt as though someone had opened a window to the coldest night of winter, and yet no window was open. A chill crawled down my spine, making me shiver uncontrollably. The kitchen lights flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows across the walls. My gaze darted to the corner, where a tall, old cabinet stood, its doors slightly ajar. I didn't want to go near it, but something pulled me toward it. It was as if the house itself was urging me to investigate, as if it knew something I didn't. I slowly moved across the room, each step a battle against the terror swelling inside me. When I reached the cabinet, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the door. What was I hoping to find? More books? Another journal? Or worse, something that would prove all of my fears were justified? With a deep breath, I pulled the door open. Inside, there were only dusty dishes and old glassware. Nothing unusual at first glance. But then my eyes fell on a small, weathered box tucked in the back. It was carved with strange symbols, much like those I had seen in the journal. My pulse quickened. This couldn't be a coincidence. I took the box out carefully, my fingers trembling as I ran them over the carvings. It felt heavier than it should have, as if it contained more than just an object. I turned it over in my hands, searching for a way to open it. After a moment, I found a small latch at the side. With a click, the lid popped open. Inside was an old, yellowed photograph, its edges frayed with age. It depicted a woman standing in front of the house, her face contorted in fear, her hands gripping a bundle of old, dark cloth. But it wasn't the woman's expression that caught my attention. It was the shadows in the background, the shadows that seemed too dark, too dense to be just normal darkness. They looked like shapes, like something was lurking just beyond the edge of the photo, watching her. My stomach turned as I stared at the image. This was the woman, the one Mrs. Dunn had told me about. But this photo was different from the ones I had seen in the journal. This one had something else in it. Something that couldn't be explained away as a trick of the light or shadows. The hairs on my neck stood up. A sudden gust of wind slammed the kitchen window shut, making me jump. The photo slipped from my hand and fluttered to the floor, its edges curling as it landed on the cold tile. I bent down to pick it up, but as I did, I heard it, a low, guttural sound, like something breathing just behind me. I whipped around, but there was no one there. Just the empty kitchen, the same as before. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in sharp gasps. The air around me felt thick, as if the house was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The lights flickered again, this time going out completely, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, using the light to scan the room. That's when I saw it, a figure, standing in the doorway of the living room. It was tall, its silhouette almost blending into the shadows, but I could make out enough to see that it wasn't a person. It didn't have the shape of a human body. It was more like a collection of darkness, a shifting mass that seemed to distort the air around it. I gasped and stumbled backward, my mind reeling as the figure took a step forward. The floor creaked under its weight, the sound impossibly loud in the silence. I could feel its presence in the room with me, suffocating, like it was slowly closing in. A voice whispered, faint but clear, coming from all around me. It sounded like the wind, but there was a distinct urgency to it. Asterisk leave. Leave before it's too late. Asterisk. My heart raced as the figure advanced, the temperature dropping even further. I could feel the cold seeping into my bones, the air thick with dread. The voice echoed in my head, louder now, as if it were screaming directly into my ears. Leave, leave now, it's coming. I didn't need any more warning. Without thinking, I bolted out of the kitchen, my heart pounding in my throat. I ran through the hallway, back toward the front door, but as I reached for the handle, I felt it. A hand, cold as ice, touched my shoulder. I spun around, but there was nothing there. But I could feel it, the coldness, the presence. It was right behind me. With a scream, I yanked open the door and fled into the night, the chill of the air biting into my skin. I didn't look back, but as I ran down the street, I could hear it, the footsteps following me not far behind. I didn't stop running. My lungs burned with every ragged breath, and my legs felt like they might give way at any moment. But I couldn't afford to slow down, couldn't afford to look back. Something was behind me. I knew it. I could feel it, like a shadow trailing me, just out of sight but always there. The streets were eerily empty. The houses loomed on either side, dark and silent, as if the entire neighborhood had abandoned itself. The only sound was the pounding of my feet against the pavement, the rush of air in my ears, and that haunting whisper still echoing in my mind. Leave before it's too late. The voice, the figure, the cold hand on my shoulder. None of it made sense. My heart raced. My thoughts jumbled as I pushed myself harder. I had to get away. I had to leave that house, that cursed place, and never look back. But the footsteps, those slow, deliberate steps, never stopped. They were always behind me, keeping pace with my frantic escape. I turned a corner, desperate to lose whatever was following me. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. All I could think of was putting distance between me and that house, that nightmare. But even as I ran, I could feel the weight of the air shifting, growing heavier. My chest tightened, and the whispers grew louder. Asterisk, it's not over. It's never over, asterisk. I tried to push them out of my mind, but they clung to me like a second skin. I stumbled, tripping over my own feet, and barely managed to catch myself against the street lamp. My breath came in shallow gasps, my vision blurring. What was happening to me? Why was this happening? I glanced around, disoriented. The street was still empty, but something was wrong. The air felt different, thick, oppressive. It felt like the very ground beneath my feet was alive, like it was pulsing with some unseen energy. That's when I heard it again, the footsteps. But this time, they weren't behind me. They were in front of me. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't explain it, but I felt it. Whatever was following me had stopped playing games. It was waiting for me now. It knew I was coming. I looked down the street, trying to see through the veil of darkness, but there was nothing there, just shadows. But the feeling of being watched, was unmistakable. It was as if the darkness itself was alive, pressing in from all sides. I couldn't stay here. I had to get away. I had to find somewhere safe. I turned to run again, but the moment I did, I felt it, like a hand on my back, pushing me forward, urging me to keep going. But it wasn't my own fear that was driving me now. It was something else. It was the house. It was pulling me back. I ran faster, my legs feeling like they were made of lead. The pavement blurred beneath my feet, and for a moment I thought I might fall, but I didn't. I couldn't afford to stop. Not now. Not when I was so close to losing it all. The streets started to change. The houses looked different now, darker, more distorted, as if they were bending and shifting around me. The buildings loomed closer, their windows dark and empty, like eyes watching me. I was running, but it felt like I wasn't moving at all, like the world was closing in on me. And then I saw it, the house, the one I had just left, but it was different now. It wasn't just a house anymore. It was something else, something ancient, something cursed. The front door swung open by itself, beckoning me with a terrible force. I could see the shadow in the doorway, waiting for me, inviting me back into the darkness. I tried to stop, to turn away, but my feet betrayed me. I couldn't fight it. I couldn't break free. The house called to me, its voice in my head, louder than before, commanding me to come back. Asterisk, you can't leave. You're part of it now, asterisk. My mind screamed at me to stop, to turn around, but my body didn't listen. I was drawn to it, like a moth to a flame. My breath came in ragged gasps as I moved toward the house, the door creaking open wider with each step I took. It wasn't until I reached the porch that I realized how cold it had become. The air was frigid, biting into my skin, making me shiver uncontrollably. I could feel the house's presence around me now, like a weight pressing down on me, suffocating me. As I reached for the door, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, a figure standing in the yard. It was the woman from the photograph. The same terrified look on her face, her hands outstretched toward me. She was silent, but I could see the desperation in her eyes. She was trying to warn me, but it was too late. The moment my hand touched the doorknob, everything went dark. A cold wind howled through the trees, and I felt myself being pulled into the house. The door slamming shut behind me with an ear-splitting bang. The darkness swallowed me whole, and I was lost. I didn't know what was happening anymore. I didn't know if I was dreaming or if this was real. The air was thick with fear, and I could feel something moving in the dark, something watching me, waiting for me. I didn't know how long I stood there, frozen in place, but when I finally gathered the courage to move, I felt it. The house had changed again. The walls felt closer, tighter. The temperature had dropped even further, and I could see my breath misting in the air. The house was alive, breathing with me, and it wasn't going to let me go. And then I heard it, the footsteps, closer than ever before, moving toward me. I turned to run, but there was no way out. The house had sealed itself off, trapping me inside. The whispers filled the room, drowning out everything else. Asterisk, it's too late now. You belong to us, asterisk. A cold hand gripped my wrist, pulling me backward, and then I heard her voice, the woman from the photograph. Asterisk, you should have listened. Asterisk, before I could scream, everything went black. I woke up with a start, gasping for air as if I'd been underwater for hours. My body was drenched in sweat, my heart pounding against my chest. I had no idea how long I'd been unconscious, but I felt like I hadn't rested at all. The room was dark, but there was something different about it. Like the shadows were deeper, more oppressive, clinging to the walls like a living thing. I sat up slowly, my head spinning. The bed creaked beneath me, the sound oddly comforting in its normalcy. But the house had changed. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and something decaying. It was as if the walls themselves were breathing, exhaling the stink of rot and time. I looked around, but the room seemed familiar in a way. The furniture, the layout, nothing was out of place, but something was wrong. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The darkness pressed in on me from all sides, making every corner feel like a hidden threat. The house had taken on a life of its own. It felt alive, as if it was feeding on my fear. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet as I stood, my legs weak, unsteady. I had to get out of here. I had to leave before whatever was haunting this place claimed me too. But When I tried to move, my body wouldn't obey. I stood in place, frozen, as the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move. There was something there, something just out of sight, waiting. I heard it again, the footsteps, but they weren't in the distance. They were right behind me, heavy, deliberate steps that echoed through the room like a drumbeat, slow and steady, gaining on me with every second. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, but there was nothing but the suffocating darkness. My skin crawled, and a chill ran down my spine. I was being watched. I didn't know how I knew, but I felt it. The presence. The thing that had been following me since I first stepped into this house. It was here, and it wasn't going to let me go. The footsteps stopped, but something else took their place. A soft, almost imperceptible whisper, like a breath on the back of my neck. You shouldn't have come. I spun around again, my pulse racing, but again, there was nothing. No one. Just the suffocating silence of the house. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. What was happening? Was I losing my mind? I had to leave. I couldn't stay here any longer. But every time I tried to move, I felt the walls closing in, pressing down on me, as if the house itself was trapping me. I turned toward the door, but before I could reach it, a loud bang echoed through the room, making me jump. My heart leapt in my chest, and I froze. The sound had come from downstairs. I knew I shouldn't go. I knew I shouldn't investigate, but the pull was irresistible. The house was calling me. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. My hands trembled as I reached for the door handle. The cold metal was a shock against my skin, but I twisted it anyway, pushing the door open with a creak that seemed to shake the very foundation of the house. The hallway outside was dark, just like the room. The air felt heavy, thick with something unspoken, something ancient. But there was a strange warmth, a flicker of light at the end of the hallway. I didn't know why, but I had to go toward it. Each step felt like a betrayal, like I was walking deeper into the house's grasp. But I couldn't stop myself. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, the sound like nails on a chalkboard. As I moved down the hall, the warmth grew stronger, more intense, until I reached the door at the end. It was slightly ajar. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could feel the fear building in my stomach. But I had to know. I had to see what was in there. I pushed the door open. The room inside was small, cluttered with old furniture and dimly lit by a single candle. The walls were lined with shelves, most of which were filled with old, dusty books. And in the center of the room was an old wooden desk, covered in yellowed papers and worn leather books. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something else, something metallic. It was nauseating, but it wasn't the smell that caught my attention. It was the writing on the desk. There, in the center of the table, was a journal. Its leather cover was cracked and worn, the edges frayed with age. I picked it up cautiously, my fingers trembling as I opened it. The first page was covered in neat handwriting, but as I flipped through the pages, the writing became more erratic, more frantic. The journal belonged to the original owner of the house, the one who had been obsessed with the occult. It detailed his rituals, his experiments, his attempts to open a door to another world. The further I read, the more I realized that he hadn't been trying to summon demons or ghosts. He had been trying to create something that would live in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I felt a chill race up my spine as I read the final entry. Asterisk, the door is open. I've made contact. They're here, asterisk. I dropped the journal as if it had burned me, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I stepped back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The room felt colder now, like the temperature had dropped by several degrees in the blink of an eye. I could hear it, the footsteps again. They were back, closer. This time, I didn't need to turn around to know what was there. I could feel its presence behind me, like a weight pressing against my back. And then I heard it, Come closer." The whisper was louder now, clearer. I could feel its breath on my neck, cold and rancid. I spun around, but nothing was there, just the empty room. But the shadows were different now. They were thicker, darker, like they were reaching toward me, stretching toward me with fingers of blackness. I ran. I didn't think, didn't stop. I just ran. The footsteps followed me, always behind me, getting closer with every step I took. And then, in the middle of the hall, I stopped dead in my tracks. Because there, at the end of the hallway, was the door. The door I had just come through. It was now closed. And on the other side, something was waiting. Something had always been waiting. And I knew deep down that I would never escape. Not now. Not ever. The house had claimed me. I don't remember falling asleep. In fact, I don't even know if I did. One moment, I was standing in the hallway, the shadows closing in around me, that thing breathing just inches away. The next, I was lying in my bed, staring at the ceiling, my body stiff as if I had been lying there for hours. The air in the room was thick, stagnant, the kind of air that feels untouched, as if nothing living had disturbed it in years. My limbs were heavy, my head foggy. I turned my neck slowly, painfully, and that's when I noticed something strange, something that sent an immediate shiver up my spine. The room was wrong, not in the obvious ways. No broken furniture, no bloodstains, nothing out of place. But the walls, they seemed closer. The bed felt too soft, like it was sinking. The window, why was the window on the wrong wall? I sat up too fast, and the room tilted. My heart slammed against my ribs as panic surged through me. I rubbed my eyes, willing the dizziness to fade, but when I opened them again, I nearly screamed. The door, it wasn't where it was supposed to be. I had walked into this room 100 times since moving in. I knew its layout, every corner, every creaky floorboard. But now, the door was not on the right wall. It had moved. No, that wasn't possible. My breathing became uneven. Maybe I was just disoriented. Maybe the stress and lack of sleep were messing with my perception. But the more I looked around, the more I felt it. The walls were closer. The ceiling was lower. And the shadows in the corners, deep, stretching, watching, felt alive. A sharp, rhythmic tap, tap, tap broke the silence. I nearly jumped out of my skin. The sound was coming from the window, but I was on the second floor. I turned my head slowly, every instinct screaming at me not to look, to pretend I hadn't heard it. But I did, and something was staring back at me. At first, I thought it was a reflection, some weird trick of the light. But no, the figure on the other side of the glass wasn't me. It wasn't human. Its face was pale, asterisk to asterisk pale, like something long dead, frozen in time. Eyes sunken deep into shadowed sockets, mouth slightly open, as if it had been caught mid-whisper. It wasn't pressed against the glass. No, it was floating just beyond it, staring at me with unblinking eyes that held a terrible, knowing hunger. My body locked up. It was outside, but how? There was nothing to stand on, no ledge, no tree. It was just hovering there, and then it smiled, a slow, stretched, unnatural grin. My stomach lurched. My breath came in ragged gasps as the thing lifted one skeletal hand and tapped on the glass again. Asterisk tap, 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 asterisk. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And then in a single, horrifying movement, it pressed its fingers against the window and they sank through. Not cracked the glass, not shattered it, passed through it, like the window wasn't even there, like it was just an illusion. My paralysis broke. I scrambled out of bed, my feet tangling in the sheets, sending me sprawling onto the floor. The second my hands touched the ground, the house groaned, a deep, guttural creak that vibrated beneath me, like the walls were alive. I bolted for the door. The knob was ice cold under my fingers. But I didn't care. I yanked it open and nearly fell into darkness. It wasn't the hallway anymore. The doorway, the space where my hallway should have been, was gone. In its place was a void, a deep, endless blackness that seemed to swallow the light from my room. I could feel it, feel the nothingness pulling at me, whispering, beckoning. I staggered back, slamming the door shut, my breath coming in short, desperate gasps. This wasn't my house. Not anymore. The walls were shifting. The rooms weren't where they should be. And something asterisk, was in here with me. I pressed my back against the door, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. My eyes darted back to the window. The figure was gone, but the glass was different now. It no longer showed the outside world. Instead, it reflected the room back at me. Except there was something else in the reflection. A second shadow, standing right behind me. I spun, my hands clawing at the empty air. Nothing but the mirror, the reflection. It didn't match. I was alone in the room, but in the reflection, the shadow still stood behind me. And then it moved. Not me. It. A slow, shuddering movement, like it was struggling to break free from the glass. Its fingers twitched, then stretched, reaching forward toward me. The lights flickered. The air turned freezing. My breath came out in visible puffs. And then the voice returned, a whisper close to my ear. Asterisk, you can't leave. Asterisk, I screamed. The room collapsed. The scream died in my throat as the darkness swallowed me whole. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was something deeper, something suffocating. My skin prickled as if the air itself had weight, pressing down on me, seeping into my lungs, thick and cold. I stumbled blindly, my hands stretched out in front of me, grasping at nothing. The floor beneath my feet felt wrong. No longer smooth wood, but something damp and uneven, like rotting earth. My breath came in short gasps, each one pulling in the scent of something foul, something decayed. And then the house breathed, a deep, rattling inhale from somewhere within the walls. A long, shuddering exhale that made my ears pop. The sound didn't come from one place. It came from everywhere. I wasn't alone. A whisper slithered through the darkness. Asterisk, why did you come here? Asterisk, my spine locked. The voice wasn't coming from one direction. It was in the walls, the floors, inside me. I spun, my heartbeat slamming against my ribs. Who's there? My own voice sounded hollow, swallowed up by the dark. No answer. But then, from the void, the tapping returned. Asterisk tap, 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 asterisk. It echoed all around me. Asterisk tap, 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 asterisk. The window, the walls, the floor, the ceiling. The sound was multiplying, growing louder, 1,000 unseen fingers rapping against the house, as if they were inside it, trying to get out. I clamped my hands over my ears. Stop! And just like that, silence. For a moment, I thought I was alone again. That maybe this was a dream, some fevered hallucination. Then I heard the breathing. But this time, it wasn't from the house. It was behind me. Slow, raspy, wet. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to run, to move, to do anything but stand there, frozen. But I couldn't, because something was touching me. A presence pressed against my back. Something impossibly cold, seeping through my clothes, into my skin, sinking into my bones. My breath hitched as long. Bony fingers wrapped around my wrist, their grip tightening. And then it spoke. Asterisk, you can't leave. Asterisk. The voice slithered over my skin, a whisper that felt more like a touch. My legs finally obeyed and I ran. I didn't know where I was going. There were no walls, no doors, just a suffocating blackness stretching in every direction. But I ran anyway, my feet slamming against the uncertain ground, my lungs burning. Behind me, Something followed. I didn't need to see it to know. I felt it. The air thickened, the darkness shifting, curling toward me like hungry fingers. The house wasn't just haunted. It was alive. I ran until my legs gave out. I collapsed onto my knees, gasping, clawing at the unseen floor. Then light, faint, flickering, a door. I didn't question it. I scrambled toward it, fingers outstretched. Just as I reached it, just as I felt the smooth wood under my palm, something grabbed my ankle and pulled. I screamed, my nails digging into the floor as I was yanked backward. The door shrinking away from me. My fingers scraped against the ground, splinters slicing into my skin. I twisted, kicking blindly, my foot connecting with something. A wet, guttural hiss filled the air, and the grip loosened. I didn't hesitate. I lunged for the door, my body slamming against it. My fingers scrabbled for the knob, ice cold, slick with something I didn't want to think about. I twisted it, expecting resistance. The door flung open. I fell through, and suddenly I was back. The hallway stretched out in front of me, dimly lit by the flickering ceiling bulb. The walls were still. The floor was solid, but I wasn't safe. The moment I stepped forward, the house groaned, a deep, shuddering creak, like something shifting just beneath the surface. The walls pulsed. The house had let me go, but not for long. I slammed the bedroom door shut behind me, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My hands trembled as I fumbled for the lock, twisting it until I heard the sharp click. It felt useless, like locking a door in a nightmare, where nothing could keep the monsters out. The room was dim, the only light coming from the street lamp outside, casting long, jagged shadows across the walls. My heart was still hammering, my skin slick with sweat. My ankle throbbed where it had been grabbed, the phantom pressure still lingering. I wasn't alone. I could feel it. Somewhere, hidden in the folds of the darkness, something was watching me. I backed away from the door, my legs unsteady. I needed to think, to breathe. But my thoughts were a tangled mess of fear and disbelief. The house wasn't just haunted. It was alive, shifting and breathing like a living thing. My gaze flickered to the mirror across the room, and I froze. My reflection wasn't moving. A sickening chill crawled up my spine. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Slowly, I lifted my right hand. My reflection did the same. I turned my head slightly. So did it, but something was wrong. It smiled. I wasn't smiling, but it was. The lips on my reflection curled, slow and deliberate, stretching into something that wasn't mine. I stumbled backward, my pulse thudding in my ears. "No," I whispered. The reflection tilted its head, its eyes locking onto mine, and then it stepped forward. From inside the mirror, my knees buckled, and I grabbed the edge of the dresser to keep from collapsing. The glass rippled, like disturbed water, and the thing inside the mirror, asterisk my reflection, but not me asterisk, leaned closer, its grin widening, its eyes dark pits of nothing. I turned to run, and the door handle rattled, a sharp, violent shake, like something was clawing to get in. I spun back to the mirror. My reflection was still there, still grinning, but its hands were pressing against the inside of the glass, its fingers stretching, warping the surface as if trying to push through. A whisper slithered into my ears, curling around my thoughts. Asterisk, let me out. Asterisk. The voice came from inside my head, inside the walls, inside the mirror. It was everywhere. The rattling at the door grew more violent. A loud bang, then another. The walls breathed. The air thickened, pressing down on me like invisible hands, wrapping around my throat. The mirror began to crack. Thin, jagged fractures spread from the center, crawling outward like veins. And in the web of shattered glass, my reflection's mouth moved again. Asterisk, you can't run. Asterisk, A sudden, violent bang. The bedroom door burst open, the lock snapping like a brittle bone. Cold air rushed into the room, slamming into me, knocking me backward, straight toward the mirror. I reached out, grabbing at nothing, trying to stop myself. My hands hit the glass, and I fell into the mirror. The world swallowed me whole. I hit the ground hard, but it wasn't the wooden floor of my bedroom. It was cold, like stone, smooth and unyielding beneath my palms. My breath came in ragged gasps as I pushed myself up, my fingers trembling. The air was different, thick and stale, heavy with something I couldn't name. I turned my head, trying to make sense of my surroundings. I wasn't in my bedroom anymore. I was inside the mirror. The realization settled in my stomach like a lead weight. The walls around me were the same shape, the same dimensions, but everything was wrong. The wallpaper was faded, peeling in long, curling strips. The furniture was old, covered in dust and cobwebs, warped like something had been chewing at its edges for decades. The air smelled of rot and something deeper, something metallic and sickly sweet. The worst part, there were no windows, no door. I turned back toward where I had come from, expecting to see my room, my world, my reality. But all I saw was darkness. The mirror, the one I had fallen through, was gone. Panic surged through me, a raw, animalistic fear that clawed at my chest. My hands flew to my face, gripping my head as if I could squeeze the terror out. No, no, no. A sound echoed in the empty room. Footsteps, but they weren't mine. Slow, heavy, deliberate. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. There, standing in the farthest corner of the room, was me. Or at least, something that looked like me. The figure was shrouded in shadow, its features just out of focus, but the shape was unmistakable. My height, my posture, my face, but the eyes, they weren't mine. They were hollow, deep pits of blackness, as if something had scooped them out and left nothing but voids. And the mouth, God, the mouth. It was grinning, the same twisted smile I had seen in the mirror. I took a step back. It took a step forward. I turned to run, but my body wouldn't move fast enough. My limbs felt heavy, like something was wrapping around them, dragging me down. The walls breathed, expanding and contracting, whispering in voices I didn't understand. The figure moved closer, its footsteps slow and rhythmic, the sound echoing unnaturally. Asterisk, you took my place. Asterisk, the voice wasn't human. It was a layered, guttural rasp, 1,000 whispers speaking at once. Asterisk, now I take yours. Asterisk, it lunged. I barely had time to react. I scrambled backward, my body slamming against the warped dresser. My hand found something hard and solid, a shard of glass. The mirror. Without thinking, I swung. The glass tore through its face. A scream, high-pitched and wrong, filled the room as the thing reeled back, clutching at its wounded face. Black liquid seeped from the gash, thick and bubbling, reeking of decay. I didn't wait. I ran, but there was nowhere to go. The room stretched, warping around me like a funhouse maze, the walls distorting, shifting. Every direction led to more darkness. A cold breath slithered down my neck. Asterisk, you can't leave. Asterisk, hands, asterisk cold, clawed hands, asterisk, gripped my shoulders. And then everything collapsed. The world ripped apart, and I was falling back through the darkness, back into my room, back into reality. I hit the floor with a thud, gasping for breath. The air in my lungs was sharp and real. My hands clutched at the wooden boards beneath me, solid and familiar. I turned my head toward the mirror. It was whole again. No cracks, no shadowy figures, just my reflection. But something was wrong. My chest heaved as I stared at myself. My own eyes, my own face. Everything looked normal until I saw it, a faint, lingering smile. A smile I wasn't making. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The smile in the mirror, subtle, almost imperceptible, sent ice through my veins. I wasn't smiling, but my reflection was. For a long moment, I just stared, waiting, praying for it to be a trick of my exhausted mind. Maybe it was the dim light, the lingering adrenaline distorting my vision. Maybe I was still trapped in some nightmare. But then my reflection blinked, and I didn't. A deep, paralyzing terror gripped me. My heart pounded against my ribs, every instinct screaming at me to move, to run. But I was rooted in place, watching myself, or whatever was pretending to be me, tilt its head just slightly. The air in the room changed. It felt heavier, denser. The walls seemed closer, pressing in, trapping me with it. Then, the reflection's lips moved. Let me out. The voice didn't come from the mirror. It came from behind me. I spun around so fast, I nearly fell, my breath hitching in my throat. Nothing. The room was empty. The only sound was my own shaky breathing and the faint creaking of the old house settling around me. Slowly, I turned back to the mirror. My reflection was normal again. No smile, no movement, just my own pale, terrified face staring back at me. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. This wasn't over. I didn't know what had happened, if I had really been inside the mirror, if something had taken my place for even a second. But I knew one thing. I couldn't stay here. Not another night. Not another second. I grabbed my phone, my hands trembling as I texted my landlord. Something's wrong with this house. I need to leave. Now, No response. I didn't care. I threw my things into a bag, barely thinking, barely breathing. I didn't even bother with the lights. I just needed out. As I reached the front door, a sudden chill crawled up my spine. Something was watching me. I turned my head just for a moment, and I saw it, through the dim reflection in the hallway mirror, a figure standing in my bedroom doorway. Tall, dark, featureless, watching, waiting. I bolted. I don't remember locking the door behind me. I don't remember getting into my car. I just remember the overwhelming, suffocating feeling that something was following me, its presence crawling along my skin. I drove all night. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. By sunrise, I was miles away. The house, the thing inside it, was behind me. But as I pulled into a gas station, stepping out to stretch my shaking legs, I caught sight of something in the station's bathroom mirror. A faint, familiar smile. Not mine. I turned away. But I knew, deep down, I was never truly alone. Story 2. I never thought a simple change of scenery would lead me to something like this. My life had become a blur after the divorce. Nothing felt like it belonged anymore, not even my own skin. The house was part of a new start, a fresh chapter, as they say. I didn't expect much from it, just a quiet place to heal and figure things out. The house sat on the outskirts of town, older than anything I'd ever lived in. It wasn't a mansion, but it had character. Thick, wooden beams supported the ceiling, and the floorboards creaked like they were telling secrets from a time I'd never know. The paint on the outside was peeling, but I wasn't concerned with that. The price was right, and it had a sort of charm. A bit worn, but full of potential. The moment I stepped through the door, the musty smell hit me. It wasn't unpleasant, just a mixture of dust, old wood, and something earthy, almost like wet leaves. I shrugged it off, blaming it on the house being empty for a while. The place had a way of making you feel small. The hallway was narrow, and the walls were lined with faded wallpaper. The light bulbs flickered if you looked at them too long, but I didn't mind. I assumed the wiring was old, something I could fix later. I met the neighbors shortly after moving in. Just a quick hello as they passed by, walking their dog. The woman, Mrs. Peterson, was kind enough to stop and chat for a few minutes. She mentioned the house's history in passing, like it was no big deal. Her voice was low, almost as if she didn't want anyone else to hear. "You know," she said, glancing over her shoulder as if to make sure no one was listening. "This place has been empty for years. Folks around here talk about it, though. Strange things used to happen. People used to run out of here in a panic. Some even said they heard footsteps when no one was around. It's nothing, I'm sure, but, well, you get used to it." She didn't seem to want to say more, so I didn't press her. But I couldn't shake the words. Asterisk strange thing star. The idea that someone had left in fear, babbling about curses or spirits. It seemed like something out of a bad movie, but I wasn't about to let it get to me. I'd had enough fear to last a lifetime. What was one more story? For the first few days, everything seemed normal. The house settled into a rhythm. The creaking of the floorboards was nothing more than the house adjusting to its new occupant. The wind rattling the windows at night felt familiar, like the kind of sounds you get used to when living in a place that's seen better days. The smell of old would mix with the faint scent of something rotting in the walls, but I told myself it was just a mouse or a bird. But then, things started happening. The first night, I woke up to the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Heavy, slow, like someone was walking in the hallway. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay there, eyes wide open, listening. The steps came closer, paused outside my door, and then nothing. Silence. I got up, thinking maybe I'd imagined it. The house was old, after all. It made noise, but as I walked through the dark halls, the cold air around me felt thick, almost suffocating. No one was there. Nothing. Just the usual creaks of an old house. The next few nights, the footsteps returned. Closer, heavier. But this time, there was something more. A chill in the air. A sense of being watched. I'd get up, expecting to find a broken window or a draft, but nothing. Just the cold and the silence. Sometimes, I'd feel a cold breeze on the back of my neck, but when I turned around, nothing. I told myself it was just a house. The house was settling. Old houses do that. They groan, they creak, they shift and sigh. There was no reason to jump to conclusions, but the doubt started to creep in. What was that smell in the walls? What was that sensation of being watched, even when I was alone? By the end of the week, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The house wasn't settling. It was something else, something I didn't want to face. But I had no choice. I was stuck here. This was my life now. As I sat in the kitchen one afternoon, staring out the window, I heard a knock at the door. A quick, sharp rap that made me jump. I opened it to find Mrs. Peterson standing there, looking uneasy. "You hear anything strange last night?" she asked, her voice tense. It's happened again. Someone else is saying they heard things." I nodded, feeling a knot form in my stomach. "Footsteps?" She blinked. "You're not the first to hear them." I swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" She glanced around nervously before leaning in closer. "The house? It's got a history. The last person who lived here, well, they never came back. Some folks say they left, but I think they ran. You don't hear the stories? The one about the man who was found babbling in the street, talking about curses and rituals? He was the last one, the last tenant. My blood ran cold. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to hear this. But Mrs. Peterson's eyes were wide with worry. And that was enough. Something was wrong here. Something that went beyond creaking floorboards. Something old. Something dangerous. I didn't know what I had walked into, but I could feel it now. I had to find out. I had to know the truth. The following night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, the strange noises echoing in my mind. The house felt colder, even with the heater running. The windows rattled, and I kept hearing the unmistakable sound of footsteps. I wasn't imagining it anymore. They were real. Heavy, slow, deliberate. Like someone was walking up and down the hall outside my door. I tried to block it out, pulling the covers tighter around me. But the longer I lay there, the more the sound seemed to invade my thoughts, each step growing louder, each breath I took growing heavier. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I finally sat up, my hands shaking. Something had to be causing it. I couldn't just lie here and let it drive me mad. I needed to know what was going on. Maybe it was just the house settling. Maybe the old wood was creaking in strange patterns, fooling my mind into hearing footsteps. I stood up, my feet cold against the hardwood floor, and crept toward the door. I opened it slowly, peering out into the dim hallway. At first, nothing, just a faint glow of moonlight filtering through the windows, casting eerie shadows along the walls. But then, I heard it again. Footsteps. Heavy. Slow. They were coming from the far end of the hallway, the opposite side of the house. I couldn't help myself. My legs moved before I could even think. I had to know what was making the noise. It couldn't be a ghost. No. It was probably just the house. I had to get over this irrational fear. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I stepped into the hall. The chill in the air intensified, and a strange scent filled my nostrils, something old, like rotting wood mixed with stale air. It sent a shiver down my spine, but I ignored it, focusing on the footsteps. They were getting closer. I walked toward them, my breath quickening. Every step I took felt like it was echoing, as if the house was amplifying my every move. As I rounded the corner, I froze. There was nothing there, just empty space. The hallway stretched ahead, dimly lit by a single flickering light bulb overhead. The door to the back room creaked in the wind, swinging open slightly as though inviting me in. But there were no footsteps, no signs of anyone being there. I was starting to feel ridiculous. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks on me. I walked to the end of the hallway, peeking into the room that had been abandoned for years. The air was thick with dust, and the floor was covered in old furniture, draped in white sheets. Everything was silent, but then, as I turned to leave, I felt it. A cold breeze brushed past me, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was as if something had just passed by, invisible and heavy. I could almost feel its presence, its weight in the air. I snapped my head around, my eyes scanning the empty space, but nothing. Just the old furniture, the sheets, the silence. Was I losing my mind? I hurried back to my room, closing the door behind me and locking it for good measure. I sat on the edge of the bed, my hands gripping the sides, trying to steady my breath. The cold air seemed to follow me, and I could hear the floorboards creaking as though someone, or something, was walking just outside my door. I tried to block it out, but it was impossible. I could feel it. Something was here. The next day, I decided to do some research. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Mrs. Peterson's words about the house's history lingered in my mind. There had to be more to it. Maybe I was just in over my head. I wasn't sure if I was ready for what I might find, but I had to know. I had to find out the truth. I started by checking the local library. It wasn't much, a small, cramped room with old books piled high, but I managed to find a few dusty records. I sifted through them, trying to make sense of what had happened to this house. That's when I came across it, a single newspaper article, buried at the bottom of a stack of old clippings. The headline was vague, but the words caught my attention. Mysterious disappearance at Old Victorian House. The article told the story of a man named Thomas White, the last tenant of the house. He had been a reclusive man, obsessed with occult practices. According to neighbors, he had spent months in isolation, never leaving the house. People started to notice strange occurrences, things moving on their own, flickering lights, whispers in the night. But it wasn't until the night he vanished that things truly took a dark turn. The neighbors reported hearing odd chanting from inside the house, followed by a loud crash, then silence. The next morning, the house was empty. White was gone, his belongings left behind. The only thing that remained was a single journal, found on the floor of the back room. I didn't know what to make of it, but there was one line in the article that stood out to me. Asterisk, they say he opened something, a door that should never have been opened. Asterisk, the hairs on the back of my neck prickled as I read those words. I had to find this journal. I had to know more. I couldn't shake the feeling that something in the house had changed. It was as if the air had thickened. Or maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me after reading that article. But I couldn't ignore it. Something was out of place, something that had been there long before I moved in. I was beginning to wonder if I was meant to be here, or if this house had been waiting for someone like me. The next morning, I decided to investigate. I had to find Thomas White's journal. I didn't know what I was hoping to uncover, but I knew it was important. It was the key to understanding what was happening in this house. I started in the back room, the one where I had felt that cold rush of air the night before. I felt a strange sense of reluctance as I stepped inside, the heavy dust in the air making my eyes water. The room was dim, and the old furniture loomed like ghosts in the shadows. The door creaked as it swung open, and I could feel the temperature drop as I stepped inside. The journal was somewhere in this room. I could feel it. I began sifting through the clutter. Old furniture, discolored books, and yellowed papers littered the floor. There was a sense of abandonment here, a feeling that no one had stepped foot in this room for decades. It was as though the house was holding its breath, waiting for me to discover its secrets. Then, beneath a pile of old newspapers, I found it, a small leather-bound book. It was worn, the edges tattered and faded. The journal. My heart raced as I picked it up, almost afraid of what I might find inside. I could hear the faintest creak from somewhere behind me, but I forced myself to ignore it. I had to focus on the journal. I opened it to the first page, and the handwriting was frantic, almost illegible. The ink had bled through in some places, but I could make out enough to get a sense of what Thomas White had been experiencing. The first entry was dated over a year ago. Asterisk, the rituals are working. I can feel it. The door is opening, and I have to keep going. The others don't understand. They never understood what I was doing, what I was trying to achieve. But I feel it now. It's close. Asterisk. I flipped through more pages, each one filled with more manic scribblings, each entry more disturbing than the last. White's obsession with the occult had grown stronger with every passing day. He spoke of rituals, symbols drawn in chalk on the floor, and whispers from the walls. There were mentions of opening a gateway, and even references to the other side. But as I read, something became clear. Whatever he had opened, it hadn't been something that could be closed. The last entry was the most chilling of all. Asterisk, it's here. I've seen it. It walks the halls at night. I can hear it, feel it, but I can't escape. The door won't close, and now it wants me. I've made a mistake. I shouldn't have opened it. It knows I'm here. I can't stay. It's too late for me. But I hope it won't find the others. God help me. Asterisk. My blood ran cold as I read those words. It was as if Thomas White had known what was coming. He had opened something he couldn't control, something that had been waiting for the right moment, the right person. And I was here, in his place. I had to leave. I should have left that night, thrown the journal in the trash, and never looked back. But something kept me rooted in the house. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was fear. But as I stood there, holding the journal, I could feel the weight of its message settling into my bones. There was no escaping this. The room suddenly felt colder, and I heard a sound, footsteps. Heavy, deliberate steps that echoed from the hallway. But this time, they weren't just in my mind. I could hear them. They were real, and they were getting closer. I turned to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps stopped just outside the room. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Then, the door creaked open slowly. as if pushed by an unseen hand. A gust of cold air rushed past me, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I turned around, but there was nothing there. The footsteps had stopped, but I could feel its presence. It was waiting, watching, and I knew it wasn't going to leave. The house, this house, was alive with something dark, something ancient. It had been here long before I arrived, and it wasn't going to let me leave. I closed the journal and stuffed it into my bag, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I had to get out of this room, but as I turned to leave, I felt a cold pressure on my chest, like a hand pressing against my heart. My breath caught in my throat. Then a voice, faint, almost like a whisper. Asterisk, you can't leave. You belong here now. Asterisk, I froze. The voice was unmistakable. It wasn't in my head. It wasn't my imagination. It came from somewhere deep within the house, echoing through the walls. I turned, but there was nothing, just empty space. I bolted from the room, rushing back to my bedroom. I locked the door behind me, breathing heavily, my mind spinning with the realization of what I had just experienced. Whatever Thomas White had opened, it was still here. And now, it was after me. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't, not after what I had experienced in that room. The journal, the footsteps, the whispering voice, it was all too real. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the distant creaking of the house, the faint whisper of something just beyond my reach. It was like the house itself was alive, its walls breathing, its floorboards shifting beneath me. I lay in bed, clutching the blanket around me, my eyes wide open in the dark. The house had always been unsettling, but now it felt suffocating. Every noise, every shadow made my heart race. I thought I heard someone moving down the hall, but when I checked, there was no one there. At first light, I tried to push it all aside. I had to keep my composure. I couldn't let whatever was happening in this house take control of me. So I got up, went through my morning routine, and tried to pretend that everything was normal. But nothing felt normal. Not anymore. As the day went on, the house seemed quieter, almost too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you feel like you're being watched. I tried to distract myself by cleaning, unpacking the last of the boxes, but nothing could shake the unease creeping along my skin. It was as if the house had sensed my fear, and now it was patiently waiting, watching my every move. I ventured outside to the small backyard, hoping some fresh air would clear my mind. But as I stepped onto the porch, I saw her, the woman from the house across the street, the one who had looked at me with that strange, knowing gaze. She was sitting on her porch, staring directly at me. I waved, though it felt forced. Her eyes narrowed, and she slowly stood up, her movements deliberate, like she was measuring me. As I walked closer, she greeted me with a tight smile. "You're selling in well, I hope?" she asked, her voice soft but heavy with something I couldn't place. I nodded. "Yeah, I think so." She hesitated. Then her gaze flicked over to my house. "That old place, it has a way of getting to people, you know." I furrowed my brow, unsure of where this conversation was headed. "What do you mean?" Her eyes darted to the house again, and she lowered her voice. "Well, you might not know this, but there's a history there. People who lived there before, they never stay for long. Something about it changes them." She glanced at me, her eyes sharp. "It's best to leave things alone, I suppose." I swallowed hard. The tone of her voice sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't just a warning. It was a plea. She wasn't just concerned about my well-being. She was trying to tell me something. "Has anyone ever had problems in the house?" I asked, not entirely sure I wanted to hear the answer. The woman's face tightened, and she stepped a little closer, lowering her voice even further. "There was one man who lived there years ago. He was obsessed with something, some kind of ritual, they say. After he moved out, people saw things, heard things, strange noises in the night, shadows in the windows. But the worst part was when one of the neighbors saw him running out of the house in a panic, babbling about curses and things he had let in. She paused, her gaze flicking to the house again, then back at me. I don't know if it's true, but whatever he did, it didn't stay with him. It stayed in that house. The weight of her words hung in the air between us, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to ask more, to press her for details, but I couldn't find my voice. She didn't give me a chance anyway. After a long pause, she stepped back, her expression unreadable. "Just be careful," she said quietly, turning to go inside. Not everyone who lives there survives the same way they came in. I watched her disappear into her house, her words echoing in my mind. It felt like a warning, one I couldn't ignore no matter how hard I tried. But what was I supposed to do with this information? Move out? Run? I didn't have the luxury of leaving. I had already put everything into this house, and I wasn't going to let a few creepy stories drive me away. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. That feeling of being watched, the strange sounds, the whispers, they weren't just in my head. They were real, and they were getting stronger. That night, things escalated. I had just finished dinner, sitting in the kitchen, trying to push everything to the back of my mind. I turned off the lights and started to head upstairs when I heard it again. The footsteps, heavy, slow, purposeful. They were coming from upstairs. I froze. I knew no one else was in the house. I had checked earlier. No one. But still, the footsteps grew louder, closer. I hesitated for only a moment before I sprinted up the stairs, my heart hammering in my chest. As I reached the top, the sound stopped. Silence. The hallway was dark, stretching out before me like an endless void. I swallowed hard and stepped forward, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. There was nothing in front of me, no one. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A shadow, a figure, standing at the far end of the hall. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. The figure was tall, too tall, and its form seemed to flicker like a mirage. It didn't move, didn't even acknowledge me, but I could feel its presence, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. The shadow began to drift toward me, its edges blurring and shifting like smoke. And then a cold hand, icy cold, rested on my shoulder. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Nothing but the suffocating cold. "Would you like..." The cold lingered on my skin, an unnatural chill that crawled into my bones. I stood frozen, my heart pounding so loudly I thought it would burst. My breath came in shallow gasps, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move. The shadow had disappeared, but its presence still hovered in the air, like an invisible weight pressing down on me. I slowly turned in a full circle, my eyes darting from corner to corner, searching for something, anything, that would explain what I had just felt. But the house was silent again, the familiar creaks of the floorboards and the distant hum of the old pipes, the only sounds breaking the stillness. I took a tentative step backward, my feet heavy, as though the floor itself was reluctant to let me go. I felt the coldness still lingering around me, like a whisper against my skin. The air was thicker now, harder to breathe, as if the house itself had drawn me deeper into its clutches. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The shadows seemed longer, darker, stretching out toward me like they were alive. I didn't dare go further down the hall. Instead, I turned and hurried back to my room, locking the door behind me. I collapsed onto the bed, my body shaking, my mind racing with 1,000 thoughts that didn't make sense. I had to get out of here, but where would I go? I had no one left. I was alone, and for the first time since moving in, I felt truly, utterly isolated. The hours dragged by in a blur. Every little noise seemed amplified in the silence. Every gust of wind outside, every creak of the floorboards below me. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think straight. All I could do was lie there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the unsettling rhythm of the house's breathing. It wasn't until the middle of the night that I heard it again, the footsteps. They were back, louder now, echoing through the house like someone was walking just outside my door. I jumped to my feet, my heart racing. I could feel the blood rushing in my ears, the terror rising in my chest like a tidal wave. I held my breath, waiting for the footsteps to stop, but they didn't. They grew louder, closer. They were coming for me. I rushed to the door, yanking it open with shaking hands. The hallway was dark, just as it had been earlier, but now the air felt heavier, thicker. The smell of old wood and dust was more pungent, like something long forgotten had come to life in the walls. I called out, my voice trembling, "Hello? Is someone there?" There was no answer. The footsteps continued, dragging along the wooden floorboards, slow and deliberate, as if whatever was making them wanted me to hear them. I stepped into the hall, my breath fogging in the cold air. The light from the bedroom door barely reached the end of the corridor, but I could just make out a shadow at the far end. I froze. It was the same figure from before, standing there, motionless. Its shape was indistinct, flickering in and out of focus like a broken television signal. The longer I looked, the more I felt my body become numb, my muscles locking in place, unable to move. I reached out toward it, my hand trembling, and the figure seemed to react. It shifted, slowly, its shape elongating, the air around it warping, twisting like it was made of smoke. I couldn't breathe. The temperature dropped even further, and I could feel the weight of something pressing against me, suffocating me. I should have turned and run, but I couldn't. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible, as if speaking louder would somehow make it worse. The shadow didn't answer. Instead, it took a step forward. I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest, and that's when I heard it, the low, guttural sound of breathing, slow and ragged, coming from just behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing, just the empty darkness of the hallway, stretching endlessly before me. It was then that I realized I wasn't alone. Not anymore. I ran. I ran down the hall, toward the stairs, my legs trembling, my mind screaming at me to get out to leave, but I couldn't stop. I wasn't sure where I was going, just that I had to get away from the thing that had followed me. I reached the bottom of the stairs, but the house seemed different now. The walls were closer, the air thick with something I couldn't name. I ran through the living room, heading for the door, but as I reached for the handle, it slammed shut in my face, as if the house itself was trying to keep me inside. I backed away, panic rising in my throat, and that's when I saw it again, the figure, standing in the doorway, blocking my way. "You can't leave," it whispered, its voice hollow, distorted, like it was speaking from deep within the earth. "Not yet." The words chilled me to the core, but it wasn't the voice that terrified me the most. It was the eyes. They were glowing, bright and empty, like two burning coals staring right through me. I could feel them, deep inside me, pulling me in, suffocating me with their cold emptiness. I had to get out. I had to. I didn't care what happened to the house, or the curse, or whatever had taken root in those walls. I just wanted to escape. I ran again, but this time, the house was different. The hallways were twisted, the rooms longer, the doors farther away. I couldn't see straight. My vision blurred as if the very structure of the house was changing, warping, shifting into something else. I stumbled through the rooms, my feet slipping on the old wooden floors, the house pressing in on me from all sides. The air was thick with dust, the smell of decay. I didn't know where I was anymore. It felt like the house had swallowed me whole. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Silence. I collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, my body drenched in sweat, my heart still pounding in my chest. The house had stopped moving, but I knew it wasn't over. The figure was still there, in the shadows, waiting, and I wasn't sure I could escape. The silence that followed felt unnatural, suffocating. The absence of footsteps, whispers, or the oppressive presence that had stalked me for the past few days left me in a strange kind of limbo. I didn't know if it was over or if something worse was about to unfold. Either way, I couldn't stay in this house any longer, but I had to understand what was happening first. I wasn't sure how long I lay on the floor, my mind racing. The house had a way of warping time, as if the days blended into each other, each one indistinguishable from the last. I could still feel the cold of the figure's stare, its hollow eyes seared into my memory. It wasn't gone, it was just waiting. The next morning, I forced myself to get out of bed. My body ached from the fear, but I had to move, to do something. I couldn't just sit in that room, waiting for the next terror to strike. I knew there had to be something, some clue that would explain the horrors I was facing. The house itself was the answer. It had to be. I had heard whispers from the neighbors about the original owner of the house, the man who lived here before me. They spoke of him like he was a ghost in his own right, a man obsessed with the occult, with rituals and dark practices that no one dared to speak of in full. They said he had been a recluse, a shadow among the living, and that when he left the house for good, it was under mysterious circumstances. Some said he was taken by the very forces he had been dabbling with. I needed to know more. The day dragged by in a haze as I rummaged through the house, searching for any trace of the man who had come before me. The rooms were thick with dust, the furniture faded and worn, but there was something wrong about it all. It wasn't just the age of the house or the remnants of a forgotten life. It was a sense that the past was still alive here, moving in the walls and creaking underfoot. After hours of searching, I finally found it. Hidden in a small, locked drawer at the back of an old wardrobe in the master bedroom. A leather-bound journal. It looked ancient, the edges of the pages yellowed with time, the spine cracked from years of use. I hesitated before opening it. The air in the room grew heavier, the silence thickening around me, as if the house itself was waiting for me to read the words within. I flipped open the journal, the pages rustling softly, the ink faded but still legible in places. The first few entries were innocuous, mundane even. The man, whose name I now knew to be Henry Allen, had written about his day-to-day life in the house. Nothing that stood out. But then, as I flipped further, the tone began to change. The entries grew darker, the handwriting more erratic, as if something was creeping into his mind, pulling him into madness. October 3rd, 1972. I feel it now. The thing I've been searching for, the key that will open the door to the other side. The rituals are nearly complete. I have found the room beneath the house, the hidden chamber that no one knew existed. It calls to me, whispers to me in my dreams. I can hear it even now, its voice calling my name. The old text said it would be here, and now I know. I must perform the final act. I must open the door. October 15th, 1972. I've made the mistake of inviting the thing inside. It has taken root in the walls of this house. It is here with me, and I feel it grow stronger every day. I can hear its footsteps, its breathing, as if it is always just behind me. It knows what I've done. It knows that I've opened the door. And now, it's coming for me. The last entry made my blood run cold. October 22nd, 1972. It is too late now. I can hear it at night, just outside my door. I cannot sleep. It's in the house, in the walls, in the very air I breathe. I've sealed every door, every window, but it's still here. The curse has taken hold. It will never leave. I've made my peace with it, but it's coming. If anyone finds this journal, know this. The house is cursed. It will claim all who enter, and no one is safe. I slammed the journal shut, my heart racing. I had to get out. This was no longer just a house. It was a trap, a prison designed to hold something dark and powerful. I knew now that whatever was haunting me had been summoned by Henry's rituals, by the curse he had invoked. But as I stared at the journal in my hands, something else caught my eye. A small, tattered piece of paper had slipped out from between the pages, and as I unfolded it, I saw the words scribbled in a hurried, frantic hand. "Don't go to the basement." The words were chilling. The basement. I hadn't even thought to check down there. But the warning was clear. Henry had gone there. Whatever was in that room was still down there. It was still waiting. The house seemed to hum around me, its walls closing in. I couldn't escape. I couldn't leave without facing whatever Henry had unleashed. And deep down, I knew it wasn't going to let me go. The footsteps started again, slow and deliberate, echoing from the floor above me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't see it. I couldn't hear it breathing, but I knew it was there, watching me. I had to face it. I turned toward the door. I had to go down to the basement, but I didn't want to. I barely slept that night. The house seemed to be alive around me, groaning and shifting as though it was trying to remind me of its age. I had tried to dismiss everything as just the house settling, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. It had been weeks since I first moved in, and each night felt like an endless crawl towards something I didn't want to understand. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, every draft of cold air that swept through the house, felt deliberate, like the house was trying to tell me something important. I had to know more. I spent the morning going through the boxes I had yet to unpack, trying to distract myself. But my mind kept drifting back to the journal. Henry's journal. It had been sitting on the small table in the living room ever since I found it. The leather cover cracked and aged with time. I hadn't opened it since that first night, the words inside still haunting me. Something in me urged me to pick it up again, to read further, to understand the history of the house. I needed to know what had happened here, why it felt like I was walking through a nightmare every day. I sat down on the couch, the journal resting in my lap. Its weight seemed to press down on me as I flipped open the cover. The first few pages were filled with scribbled thoughts, fragments of sentences, almost like a man losing his mind. But as I flipped through, one entry caught my eye. April 12th, 1954. Asterisk. I hear the whispers again. They call me to the basement, to the place where it all began. I can't ignore them any longer. I have to know the truth. I have to open the door. Asterisk. My heart skipped a beat. The basement. It was the same place the previous tenants had spoken of. The same place that seemed to haunt the house. The thought of it made my stomach churn. I read on. April 18th, 1954. Asterisk, it's worse now. The voices don't just call, they scream. I can hear them in the walls, in the floors, in the very air itself. I've started to feel their presence, their cold hands brushing against my skin at night. They want something from me, something I can't give. I don't know if I can keep my sanity much longer. Asterisk, I paused, the weight of the words sinking in. Henry hadn't been alone in this. Whatever had happened to him, whatever had driven him to the edge of madness, was still here. It was in the walls, in the very foundation of this house. And now it was reaching out to me. I flipped through more pages, my hands trembling as I read. April 25th, 1954. Asterisk, I've found it. The journal of the house's original owner. It's worse than I imagined. He wasn't just obsessed with the occult. He was trying to summon something ancient. I thought it was all superstition, but now I'm not so sure. Asterisk, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The original owner. He had been performing rituals here. Rituals that had somehow opened a door to something dark. Something that had been waiting. I kept reading. May 2nd, 1954. Asterisk, I've seen it now. It's not just voices anymore. It's here, in the house. I can feel its eyes on me, watching my every move. It's feeding off my fear, growing stronger with each passing day. I can't escape it. The rituals have bound me to this place, and now I fear I will never leave. Asterisk. The words on the page blurred as I read, my hands growing slick with sweat. This was it, the moment that Henry had realized he was trapped, bound to this house, to whatever he had awakened. I closed the journal, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My mind raced. This wasn't just a house. It was a prison for something that had been unleashed long ago, and now it was waiting for me. I needed to know more. I needed to see the rituals, to understand what had been done to this house. And there was only one place left to look, the basement. I didn't want to go down there. Every part of me screamed to stay away, to ignore the journal's warnings, to leave this house and never look back. But I couldn't. I couldn't ignore the feeling that was growing inside me, the pull toward that dark, cold room beneath the house. I stood up, the journal still clutched tightly in my hands. My legs felt like they were made of stone, each step toward the basement door heavier than the last. The house seemed to grow quieter the closer I got to the stairs, as though it were holding its breath. I reached for the door handle and paused. The air around me had grown thick, like something was pressing in, forcing me to hesitate. But I couldn't turn back now, not after everything I had learned. With a deep breath, I opened the door. The stairs descended into darkness, and the cold air rushed up to greet me, sending a chill straight to my bones. I could hear the faintest whisper from below, a voice that I couldn't quite understand, but that felt like it was calling my name. I stepped forward, each creak of the stairs beneath me sending waves of dread through my body. My heart pounded in my chest as I descended into the cold, the shadows closing in around me like a living thing. And then I saw it. In the far corner of the basement, barely visible in the dim light, was a small wooden chest. It was old, covered in dust and cobwebs, but there was something about it that felt important. It wasn't just a forgotten relic of the past. It was part of the house's curse. I could feel it. I made my way toward it, my breath catching in my throat. The whispers grew louder the closer I got, and I had to fight the urge to run. But I couldn't. I had to know what was inside. With trembling hands, I opened the chest. Inside was a collection of old books, their covers faded and brittle with age. Some of them were bound in leather, others in cloth, but all of them had the same markings I had seen in Henry's journal and on the walls of the house. I picked up one of the books, its pages yellowed and brittle. The words on the first page were written in a language I couldn't understand, but the symbols were unmistakable. These were the rituals, the same ones that had been performed by the original owner of the house, the same ones that had brought whatever haunted this place into existence. I couldn't look away. I had to know everything, every detail, every secret. But the more I read, the more I realized some things are better left unknown. I barely slept that night. The house seemed to be alive around me, groaning and shifting as though it was trying to remind me of its age. I had tried to dismiss everything as just the house settling, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. It had been weeks since I first moved in, and each night felt like an endless crawl towards something I didn't want to understand. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet, every draft of cold air that swept through the house, felt deliberate, like the house was trying to tell me something important. I had to know more. I spent the morning going through the boxes I had yet to unpack, trying to distract myself, but my mind kept drifting back to the journal. Henry's journal. It had been sitting on the small table in the living room ever since I found it, the leather cover cracked and aged with time. I hadn't opened it since that first night, the words inside still haunting me. Something in me urged me to pick it up again, to read further, to understand the history of the house. I needed to know what had happened here, why it felt like I was walking through a nightmare every day. I sat down on the couch, the journal resting in my lap. Its weight seemed to press down on me as I flipped open the cover. The first few pages were filled with scribbled thoughts, fragments of sentences, almost like a man losing his mind. But as I flipped through, one entry caught my eye. April 12th, 1954. Asterisk, I hear the whispers again. They call me to the basement, to the place where he was, where it all began. I can't ignore them any longer. I have to know the truth. I have to open the door. Asterisk, my heart skipped a beat. The basement. It was the same place the previous tenants had spoken of. The same place that seemed to haunt the house. The thought of it made my stomach churn. I read on. April 18th, 1954. Asterisk, it's worse now. The voices don't just call, they scream. I can hear them in the walls, in the floors, in the very air itself. I've started to feel their presence, their cold hands brushing against my skin at night. They want something from me, something I can't give. I don't know if I can keep my sanity much longer. Asterisk, I paused, the weight of the words sinking in. Henry hadn't been alone in this. Whatever had happened to him, whatever had driven him to the edge of madness, was still here. It was in the walls, in the very foundation of this house. And now it was reaching out to me. I flipped through more pages, my hands trembling as I read. April 25th, 1954. Asterisk, I've found it. The journal of the house's original owner. It's worse than I imagined. He wasn't just obsessed with the occult. He was trying to summon something ancient. I thought it was all superstition. But now I'm not so sure. Asterisk, I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The original owner. He had been performing rituals here. Rituals that had somehow opened a door to something dark. Something that had been waiting. I kept reading. May 2nd, 1954. Asterisk, I've seen it now. It's not just voices anymore. It's here, in the house. I can feel its eyes on me, watching my every move. It's feeding off my fear, growing stronger with each passing day. I can't escape it. The rituals have bound me to this place, and now I fear I will never leave. Asterisk, the words on the page blurred as I read, my hands growing slick with sweat. This was it, the moment that Henry had realized he was trapped, bound to this house, to whatever he had awakened. I closed the journal, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My mind raced. This wasn't just a house. It was a prison for something that had been unleashed long ago, and now it was waiting for me. I needed to know more. I needed to see the rituals, to understand what had been done to this house. And there was only one place left to look. The basement. I didn't want to go down there. Every part of me screamed to stay away, to ignore the journal's warnings, to leave this house and never look back. But I couldn't. I couldn't ignore the feeling that was growing inside me, the pull toward that dark, cold room beneath the house. I stood up, the journal still clutched tightly in my hands. My legs felt like they were made of stone, each step toward the basement door heavier than the last. The house seemed to grow quieter the closer I got to the stairs, as though it were holding its breath. I reached for the door handle and paused. The air around me had grown thick, like something was pressing in, forcing me to hesitate. But I couldn't turn back now, not after everything I had learned. With a deep breath, I opened the door. The stairs descended into darkness, and the cold air rushed up to greet me, sending a chill straight to my bones. I could hear the faintest whisper from below, a voice that I couldn't quite understand, but that felt like it was calling my name. I stepped forward, each creak of the stairs beneath me sending waves of dread through my body. My heart pounded in my chest as I descended into the cold, the shadows closing in around me like a living thing. And then I saw it. In the far corner of the basement, barely visible in the dim light, was a small wooden chest. It was old, covered in dust and cobwebs, but there was something about it that felt important. It wasn't just a forgotten relic of the past. It was part of the house's curse. I could feel it. I made my way toward it, my breath catching in my throat. The whispers grew louder the closer I got, and I had to fight the urge to run. But I couldn't. I had to know what was inside. With trembling hands, I opened the chest. Inside was a collection of old books, their covers faded and brittle with age. Some of them were bound in leather, others in cloth, but all of them had the same markings I had seen in Henry's journal and on the walls of the house. I picked up one of the books, its pages yellowed and brittle. The words on the first page were written in a language I couldn't understand, but the symbols were unmistakable. These were the rituals, the same ones that had been performed by the original owner of the house, the same ones that had brought whatever haunted this place into existence. I couldn't look away. I had to know everything, every detail, every secret. But the more I read, the more I realized some things are better left unknown. Tude frozen at the foot of the stairs that led down into the basement. The house was quiet now, but the air was thick, suffocating. I could feel the weight of the house pressing down on me, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for me to make my move. The journal's warning echoed in my mind, a faint whisper that grew louder the longer I stood there. Don't go to the basement. The words didn't make sense. Why would Henry warn me when he had gone down there himself? What had he unleashed? What was waiting in the darkness below? I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat heavy with dread. My feet, though reluctant, began to move, taking one step after another. The creaking floorboards beneath me felt like the sound of 1,000 whispers, each one urging me to turn back. But I couldn't stop. Not now. The stairs creaked under my weight, the sound echoing through the silence of the house. The further I descended, the colder the air grew. It wasn't the kind of cold that comes with winter. It was deeper, like the cold of the grave, as though the very earth beneath me was frozen in time. The walls of the basement were coated in a layer of thick dust, but I could still make out faint markings, symbols etched into the stone. Some were crudely scratched, others were meticulously carved, each one more disturbing than the last. I reached the bottom and hesitated at the threshold of the basement. It was dark down there, unnaturally so. The light from the stairwell barely reached past the first few steps, leaving the rest of the room drowned in shadows. I could feel something watching me, lurking just out of sight. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat louder than the next, as though it were trying to drown out the silence that had settled over the room. I stepped forward, the floor beneath me uneven and creaky, each step sending a shiver down my spine. And then I saw it. In the far corner of the room, barely illuminated by the dim light from the stairs, was a large wooden door. It was unlike anything I had seen in the house, old, weathered, and covered in symbols that looked eerily familiar. I had seen them before in Henry's journal. These were the markings of rituals, of summoning, of something ancient and forbidden. I took a deep breath, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. It felt cold to the touch, colder than it should have been. With a slow turn, I pushed the door open. The hinges groaned in protest, as though they had not been disturbed in years. The air in the room beyond was thick with the smell of decay. It hit me like a physical blow, stinging my nose and making my stomach churn. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I could make out shapes in the gloom. Old furniture, broken shelves, and a large altar at the far end of the room. The altar was covered in dust, but it was unmistakable. The markings on it were the same as those on the door. Symbols of power, symbols of darkness. I stepped inside, the door creaking shut behind me, and immediately felt a sense of unease settle in my chest. There was something wrong with this room, something unnatural. It was as if the very air itself was charged with a malevolent energy, a presence that had been waiting for years. I took another step forward, and that's when I saw it. The shadows in the corner of the room seemed to shift, coiling and twisting as if alive. A low, guttural sound filled the air, a noise that I couldn't place, but it was the sound of something ancient, something far beyond human understanding. My breath caught in my throat. I turned my head, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise, but there was nothing there. The room was still, too still. And then I felt it, a cold gust of air, like the breath of something old and dead, washed over me. It came from behind me, as if something was standing there, just out of reach. My skin prickled. My hair stood on end, and the hairs on the back of my neck seemed to rise in terror. Something was in the room with me. I wasn't alone. I turned around quickly, my eyes scanning the room, but there was nothing. Nothing visible. Just the altar, the furniture, and the thick, suffocating shadows. But I could feel it. I could feel its presence. It was close. I took a step back, but my foot caught on something, and I stumbled, falling onto the cold stone floor. The room seemed to shift around me, the shadows closing in, pressing down on me like a weight. My breath came in shallow gasps as I scrambled to my feet, panic rising in my chest. And then I heard it, a whisper. It was soft at first, so quiet I almost didn't hear it. But then it grew louder, clearer. It was a voice, but not a human voice. It was distorted, like it was coming from the depths of the earth itself. The voice was ancient, malevolent, and it spoke in a language I didn't understand. You shouldn't have come. I froze. The temperature in the room dropped, and I could see my breath in front of me. My heart raced, and the fear that gripped me was suffocating. I could feel the presence now, all around me, pressing in from all sides, like it was trying to consume me. The air was thick, almost solid, and the shadows seemed to stretch, reaching for me. I had to get out. I scrambled toward the door, but as I reached for the handle, the door slammed shut on its own. I yanked at the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling my head, drowning out all rational thought. And then I saw it. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its face was obscured by darkness. But I could feel its eyes, cold, empty, and filled with hatred. It was the thing Henry had unleashed, the thing that had been waiting for me all along. I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the darkness. I didn't know how long I ran, how many times I stumbled, but eventually I found myself back at the stairs. The door to the basement was still shut behind me, but I could hear the whispers, the scratching, and the heavy breathing from below. I didn't stop to look back. I fled. I didn't look back as I ran out of the house, out into the cold night. The terror still clung to me, suffocating, like a second skin. And even now, as I sit here, writing this, I hear it. The whispers, the footsteps. It never left. I didn't realize how long I had been in the basement, my eyes glued to the ancient text before me, until I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was faint at first, like a whisper carried on the wind, but as I sat there, it grew louder, clearer. The sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and slow, as though someone or something was walking up the stairs behind me. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. It wasn't just the sound. It was the feeling that someone was watching me, standing just behind me in the shadows, waiting. I dared not turn around, afraid that if I did, I would see something I would never be able to forget. The footsteps grew closer, and I could hear the faintest breath, like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. I didn't want to look. I couldn't look. I closed my eyes tightly, gripping the book in my hand so hard my knuckles turned white. The footsteps stopped. Silence. The kind of silence that fills a room with a suffocating pressure. My ears rang with it, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even bring myself to turn around. What if it was him? I finally gathered the courage to glance over my shoulder. The basement was empty. There was no one there. My chest was tight with panic. I wasn't imagining things. The footsteps had been real. I could still hear them in my head, as clear as if they were right next to me. I quickly shoved the book back into the chest and slammed the lid down. The moment the chest shut, the temperature in the basement dropped. A bone-chilling cold swept through the room, making the air feel thick and suffocating. I could see my breath in front of me, visible in the freezing air. Then came the whisper. It wasn't loud, but it was there, right at the edge of my hearing. It sounded like words, but distorted, twisted, an unintelligible murmur that made my skin crawl. Get out. I didn't need to hear it twice. My instincts kicked in. I bolted for the stairs, my legs nearly giving out as I scrambled up the steps. I could feel the coldness on my back, like something was following me, pressing closer with every step I took. I reached the top of the stairs, my hands shaking as I grabbed for the door handle. It was cold to the touch, just like everything else in the house lately. I wrenched the door open and stumbled into the hallway. The air was thick, dense with a presence I couldn't see, but could feel. The house seemed to pulse with it, every floorboard under my feet seeming to groan in response. It felt like the walls themselves were closing in around me. I rushed to the living room, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest like it might burst. The house was silent now, but I knew it wasn't over. Whatever had been following me wasn't gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that the house had been waiting for me all along, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I turned to look at the window. Outside, the evening sky had turned an unnatural shade of gray, the clouds heavy and swirling, as though they were part of something much darker than a simple storm. And there, just beyond the glass, I saw movement, a figure standing just at the edge of the yard. A man. I couldn't make out his features, but I could see the way his body was hunched, as if he was watching the house, waiting. The man took a step forward, disappearing into the shadow of the trees. I didn't know who he was, but I had no desire to find out. The fear that gripped me was overwhelming. I knew deep down that he was part of this house's curse, part of whatever had been unleashed here. I had no idea how or why, but I knew that the man, whoever he was, wasn't just watching. He was waiting for something. For me. My mind raced, trying to piece together everything I had read in the journal. The rituals, the voices, the whispers, the man in the yard. I could feel it now, the weight of the house's history pressing down on me. Henry had been right. There was no escaping it. Whatever had been summoned here was growing stronger, feeding off our fear, our doubts, our curiosity. I took one last look at the front door, my hands still shaking. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. I had already stayed too long. I couldn't let this thing, this presence, win. It had already taken Henry, and it was coming for me next. With a deep breath, I turned and made my way back toward the basement stairs. The basement felt colder now. The very air seemed thicker, heavier, as if the house itself was holding its breath. The stairs creaked underfoot as I descended, the sounds amplified by the silence that enveloped me. It was as if every inch of the house was watching, waiting. I could still feel the presence behind me, that oppressive force that had been shadowing my every move, lurking in the corners of my mind. The footsteps from earlier had not been an illusion. Something or someone was in this house with me, and I wasn't alone. I reached the basement door and stood in the threshold, staring down into the dark. The flickering light bulb overhead cast unsettling shadows on the walls, the faintest of movements in the corners of my vision. It was like something was trying to slip through the cracks, to escape from the very walls themselves. The chest was still there, unopened since the last time I'd seen it, but I knew what was inside now. I had read the journal, the diary of the original owner, the man who had conducted rituals in the very basement where I stood. The man who had summoned something terrible into this world. The curse wasn't just a story. It was real, and I was a part of it now. As I approached the chest, the whisper returned, low and insistent. Get out, leave while you still can. I ignored it. I had to finish what I started. The journal had warned me that the only way to stop this, whatever this was to complete the final ritual, to bind whatever entity had been unleashed here. I opened the chest with trembling hands, the old wood groaning under my touch. Inside, there was a book, a leather-bound book weathered with age, its pages yellowed and cracked. I pulled it out slowly, the air growing colder around me. The book felt heavier than it should have, as if it was pulling me down, urging me to follow its dark path. I opened the first page. It was written in a language I didn't understand, a language that twisted and warped as I looked at it. Symbols and phrases that seemed to shift, as if alive, jumping off the page and into my mind. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. It wasn't just a book. It was a key to whatever had been unleashed here. My breath came in shallow gasps as I read the words. The ritual described within these pages was a final step. The thing that had been conjured here would be bound, locked away, never to return. But it would not be easy. The ritual would require sacrifice. I could feel the presence behind me now, closer than ever. The temperature had dropped even more, and I could see my breath in front of me. But it wasn't just a cold. I felt something press against my back, something heavy and suffocating, like a weight pressing down on me. And then a voice. Asterisk, finish it. You know what you have to do. Asterisk. I slammed the book shut, trembling. I didn't know if it was the entity speaking or my own fear. Either way, I knew I had no choice. I had to finish the ritual. I gathered everything I needed from the basement, a candle, matches, and the scraps of cloth I had found earlier, the ones that had been soaked in something old and foul. My heart raced as I set them in the center of the basement floor, the cold air swirling around me like it was alive, hungry. The book described how the ritual must be performed. I had to draw the symbols, chant the words, and offer the final sacrifice. The sacrifice was clear. It had to be blood. I could feel the pressure building, the walls of the house pressing in on me, the very ground beneath me trembling. Asterisk, do it. Finish it. Asterisk, the voice was no longer a whisper. It was a command. I took a deep breath and placed the book down beside me. The symbols were now burned into my mind, the incantations flowing from my lips without me even thinking. I drew the lines on the floor with trembling hands, my blood dripping onto the cold, cracked wood beneath me. The air around me grew heavier, suffocating. The house groaned, like it was alive, protesting, pushing back against what I was doing. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. Then came the final step. I took the sharp knife and, without thinking, pressed it to my palm. I felt the sting as the blood began to drip, each drop landing on the cold floor with a sickening splash. The moment the blood hit the symbols, the house let out a low, guttural growl. The lights flickered and the temperature dropped even more. I could hear something moving in the shadows, something ancient, something hungry. And then silence. The pressure around me vanished, the cold receding. But I didn't dare lower my guard. I stood there, trembling, watching the shadows. For a moment, I thought it was over. But then, the whispers started again. Louder this time. The voice, it wasn't gone. Asterisk, you can't stop it. It's part of you now. Forever, asterisk. The basement door slammed shut, and I could hear the footsteps once again. Heavy, deliberate, and growing closer. The ritual had not worked. I had failed. And now, whatever had been summoned was coming for me. I ran. I didn't look back. There was no time to second-guess myself. The door to the basement was locked now, but the sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, echoed through the house. I could hear it behind me, like a dark cloud following close, trailing my every move. I bolted up the stairs, heart pounding in my chest, the sharp scent of decay filling my nostrils. I threw open the front door, but the street was empty. The world outside felt so far removed from the nightmare I had just woken up to. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. It was the middle of the night, but everything felt still, as if the air itself was holding its breath. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Asterisk, just go. Get out of here. Fast, asterisk. My legs moved before my brain could process the fear. I ran, though my mind screamed at me to stop, to turn around. But that voice, that terrible voice from the basement, echoed in my ears. Asterisk, it's never over. You've let it out, and now it's part of you, asterisk. I stumbled across the yard, my heart hammering in my ears, but just as I reached the sidewalk, the temperature dropped. I felt the icy fingers of dread crawl down my spine. Something was behind me. I could feel it. The air was thick, like a weight pressing on my chest. I dared a glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadow creeping toward me from the front door. But there was nothing, only the empty street, the dark night. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. But then, the footsteps started again. Heavy, thudding, deliberate. They were closer now, much closer. I turned and ran harder, faster, until I was gasping for air. My vision blurred, but I couldn't stop. My legs burned. My lungs screamed for mercy. But still, the sound of those steps followed. Every footfall was like a drumbeat, pounding in my chest. Suddenly, I felt something, a cold hand gripping my shoulder. It was as though a freeze had taken over my body, my muscles locking, my skin turning to stone. I looked over, expecting to see a figure, a person, but there was no one there. Just a cold, empty patch of air. But the hand was real. It was still there, gripping me tightly, pulling me back toward the house. I couldn't shake it off. I turned, panic rising in my throat, only to see a pair of pale, glowing eyes staring at me from the shadows. They weren't human. They didn't belong to any creature I'd ever seen. The eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light, and they filled the darkness around them. The rest of the figure was hidden in shadow, but its presence was undeniable, pressing in on me like a suffocating weight. It spoke, but not with words. It was more like a feeling, a coldness that burrowed deep into my bones. Asterisk you can't escape. You're mine now, asterisk. I stumbled backward, nearly falling over my feet. My heart was racing, blood pounding in my ears. My breath came in gasps. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I pushed myself, the presence was always there, just behind me, never giving me a moment's peace. The dark figure seemed to grow with every step I took. The shadows wrapped around it, twisting and bending in unnatural shapes. I had to get away. I had to leave, but I couldn't outrun it. The house, the curse, the thing that had been lurking there for so long. I reached the street corner, and before I could think, my body moved on its own, instinctively, dragging me toward the only place that felt like it could be safe, the neighbor's house. Mrs. Harrow lived 2 doors down. She had warned me about the house, about its history, about the strange things that happened to the people who had lived there before me. I pounded on her door, hands shaking, feet unsteady, almost collapsing in the doorway when she finally opened it. "What's wrong?" she asked, her eyes wide with concern. I can't go back. It's happening. It's still here." I choked on my words, struggling to explain. Mrs. Harrow stepped back, eyes narrowing in understanding, but also in fear. I didn't know. I didn't know what I was doing. It was supposed to stop. I couldn't finish. The words caught in my throat. She stepped outside, a nervous glance darting back toward her house. Then, softly, she whispered, "It's already too late." A chill ran through me at the sound of her voice. A realization settled deep into my bones. Asterisk, the house wasn't just haunted. It was cursed, asterisk. The entity, the thing I had foolishly tried to banish, was still with me. It had followed me. It wouldn't let me go. I looked up at Mrs. Harrow, my panic turning to confusion. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, her eyes darting toward her home once again, before lowering her voice. "The original owner, he didn't just perform rituals. He opened a door, and once that door is open, it never closes. No matter what." I felt the ground beneath me shift, as though the world was moving, slipping from under my feet. The air grew even colder. The shadows behind me were closing in. I turned around, and there, at the end of the street, I saw the figure again, its eyes glowing from the darkness. It wasn't over. It wasn't over at all. Mrs. Harrow whispered again, her voice barely audible above the howling wind. "It's inside you now. No one can stop it. I ran again, but the footsteps never stopped. I didn't know how long I had been running. My legs were giving out, my heart thundering in my chest as I sprinted through the empty streets. But no matter how far I went, I could still hear the footsteps behind me, growing closer, louder, as though the shadows themselves were chasing me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, the figure was there, its glowing eyes fixed on me, unwavering. I didn't stop. I couldn't. I reached a park, an open space, but the dark figure followed me in silence, like it was waiting for something. The sound of footsteps on the pavement grew louder again. It was right behind me now. Please, no! I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the wind. Just leave me alone. The world around me seemed to freeze. The streetlights flickered out one by one, leaving me in total darkness. The only light was the eerie glow of the eyes, growing larger with each step I took. I could feel its presence closing in. I didn't even have to look. I could sense it, cold, heavy, relentless, like a dark weight pressing down on me. I could hear it now, almost like it was speaking, an icy whisper curling through the air. You can't escape. I stopped dead in my tracks. For a moment, I just stood there, unable to move, overwhelmed by the absolute fear that consumed me. The figure was so close now. It was like it was inside my head, the air thick with an unbearable sense of dread. But then a sound, a faint, hollow sound, like something tapping on glass, a soft scraping, then another. It was coming from my chest, my ribs, my lungs, my very heart. It felt like I was breaking, like something was clawing its way out of me. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath, my vision blurred by the cold sweat that drenched my body. The figure was right there, standing over me, its eyes glowing like twin moons in the dark. I was paralyzed, trapped in its gaze. It's over, I thought, though the thought barely formed in my head. This was it. But then there was a jolt, a sudden, overwhelming shock that coursed through my body. My skin burned with an unnatural heat, and I could hear my pulse racing in my ears. The air seemed to hum with energy, like the very ground beneath me was alive, vibrating. The figure didn't move. It didn't speak, but its eyes were fixed on me, piercing, unblinking. The tapping sound from inside me grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't my heartbeat anymore. It was something else, something darker, something from that house, from the curse. I reached for my chest, trying to calm the frantic rhythm in my body. The voice in my head grew louder. Asterisk your mind now. Forever asterisk. I gasped for air, feeling like I was drowning. The words rattled around in my skull, echoing and twisting, pulling me deeper into the dark. I had been foolish. I had ignored the warnings. I had let it in. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I was no longer in control. I felt the coldness slip into my bones, like ice water freezing my very soul. It started at my chest and spread, numbness creeping outward, until I was paralyzed, unable to move, unable to speak. All I could do was watch as the figure loomed closer. And then, just as I thought I couldn't take it anymore, it stopped. The figure didn't touch me. It didn't need to. It simply stood there, watching, its glowing eyes filled with a terrible understanding. It's done, the thought floated into my mind, as cold as the grave. Suddenly, I was back on my feet, staggering as if I had been released from an invisible grip. The world around me seemed distorted, as if the shadows had become thicker, the air heavier. I could barely make sense of where I was. And then I heard something else. Footsteps. Not the slow, deliberate ones of the figure, but the rapid, frantic steps of someone else. Someone running, breathing hard. Someone who had seen what I had seen. I turned around to find Mrs. Harrow, running toward me with wide, frantic eyes. She reached me, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. "Get out," she cried, tugging me toward her house. "You have to leave. You can't be here anymore. You let it out." I didn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. I was still numb, still reeling from everything that had happened. The sound of footsteps, the heavy thudding ones that had followed me, was still there, echoing in the distance. But something was different now. The air around us felt still, silent. The figure was gone. For now. I stumbled into her house, Mrs. Harrow pushing me inside and slamming the door behind us. She didn't say another word, just stood there, her hands trembling as she stared at the door, as if waiting for something. I could feel the presence lingering outside, the heavy weight, the cold air that pressed in on me. And then I heard it, a low whisper, almost imperceptible but unmistakable. It's not over. The house, the curse, it wasn't finished with me. It never would be. Story 3. I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I moved to this town. It seemed like the perfect place to start fresh after everything fell apart. The divorce had been messy, and the weight of the last few years was too much to bear in our old house. So, when I found this quaint little place at the edge of town, I thought it was just what I needed. A change of scenery, a new beginning. The house was old, maybe even older than the stories in town. A small, 2-story structure with faded red brick and a porch that sagged slightly under the weight of time. It had character, though. You know, the kind of character that comes with years of history, layers of paint, and 1,000 little creaks and groans that only an old house can make. The first day I moved in, everything seemed perfectly normal. The air smelled a little musty, like old wood and dust, but nothing I couldn't get used to. There was something oddly comforting about the creaking floorboards beneath my feet as I walked through the rooms, as if the house itself was waking up to my presence. It felt homey in a way, despite the layers of history it carried with it. The neighbor, Mrs. Gable, had come over that afternoon to introduce herself. She was an older woman, probably in her 70s, with silver hair and glasses perched on the tip of her nose. She wore a floral dress and had a kind smile, but there was something about her that made me uneasy. She was polite, offering advice on the best places to shop for groceries, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was studying me. "You've got yourself a nice house here," she said, her voice soft but laced with something I couldn't quite place. "But you know, it's had its share of tenants. Strange ones, too. Some of them didn't last long." I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Strange how?" "Oh, you know," she said, adjusting her glasses. "People come and go in these parts, but not everyone stays. One lady, she ran out of here in the middle of the night, screaming about curses and something she saw in the basement. After that, no one stayed for long. Funny how things can be around here." I chuckled nervously, brushing off her words as local superstition. "I'm sure it's nothing," I said. "Just an old house with a lot of stories, right?" She gave me a knowing look, like she wasn't entirely convinced, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she offered me a plate of cookies and told me to stop by any time for a cup of tea. I thanked her, but as she left, I couldn't help but feel like there was something more to her story, something she wasn't telling me. The first night, I settled in, unpacking my things and getting used to the space. The house was quiet, too quiet, I thought at first. But then I heard it, a soft thump from upstairs, followed by the faintest creak of floorboards. I froze, my heart racing. It wasn't the house settling, I told myself. It had to be something else. But when I went to check, the upstairs hallway was empty. Nothing seemed out of place. I shook it off, deciding that it was just the house adjusting to its new occupant. That night, I fell asleep in the master bedroom, the old bed creaking under my weight. The windows were cracked open, letting in the cool night air, and for a while, I managed to drift into a deep, dreamless sleep. But then, around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly, a cold chill sweeping through the room. The blankets were still pulled up to my chin, but I could feel the cold on the back of my neck, creeping down my spine. I sat up, my heart pounding, but the room was empty. No drafts, no windows open. I lay back down, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, something that didn't belong here. The next morning, I brushed it off. Maybe it was just a bad dream, or the house's age catching up with me. But as I unpacked the last of my boxes, I noticed something strange in the corner of the living room. A faded old book, half hidden behind a stack of old newspapers. It looked ancient, its leather cover cracked with age. Curious, I picked it up, brushing off the dust, and opened it. The pages were yellowed, filled with strange handwritten notes, sketches of symbols, and descriptions of rituals I didn't understand. I shut the book quickly, my hands trembling. What was this doing here? Was this part of the house's history? I couldn't help but wonder if it had anything to do with what Mrs. Gable had said. The strange tenants, the curses, the rumors. But for now, I pushed it aside. I had enough to deal with. New town, new house, new life. I told myself that I was just being overly sensitive, that the book and the creaking sounds were nothing more than the quirks of an old house. That night, however, as I tried to fall asleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The air felt thick, heavy with an energy I couldn't explain. The shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, and I swore I could hear faint whispers coming from the walls. I closed my eyes and tried to block it out. Tomorrow was another day, I thought, and I was going to be just fine. The days passed slowly, each one blending into the next as I settled into my new life. The house, with its creaks and groans, became a part of my daily routine. I would wake up early, have coffee in the kitchen, and get to work in the small office I'd set up in the corner of the living room. It was quiet, peaceful, most of the time, but as the days went on, something started to gnaw at the back of my mind. The cold spots that would appear out of nowhere, the occasional creak from upstairs, the faint rustling in the walls. It was all beginning to feel deliberate. I tried to ignore it, but it was becoming harder. The house was just old, I told myself. Nothing more. But when the lights flickered one evening, while I was reading in the living room, I couldn't help but feel a prickle of unease. That evening, Mrs. Gable came over again. This time, she brought a jar of homemade jam, and we sat on the porch while I sipped on tea. Her conversation was light at first, talking about the weather and the flowers in the garden. But after a while, her gaze turned serious. "You know, I've heard some stories about this place," she said, her voice soft and almost conspiratorial. "They say the last people who lived here were, well, they were strange too. They didn't stay long either. A lot of people don't last here." I raised an eyebrow, curious. "What do you mean by strange?" Mrs. Gable hesitated, looking down at her hands, then back at me. "There was a family that moved in a few years back. Young couple with a baby. Nice people, from what I remember. But after a few months, they started acting different, more distant, tired, like they were seeing things. The husband, he was an engineer or something like that. He swore he could hear footsteps in the walls at night. The wife, well, she started staying up all hours of the night, reading strange books. One morning, she was found in the backyard, babbling about the door and how they had to leave before it opened. I frowned. That doesn't sound... Oh, it gets worse, Mrs. Gable interrupted, her voice dropping to a whisper. One night, the husband went down to the basement just to check on something, he said. He didn't come back for hours. When he did, he was pale, shaking. He told her they had to leave immediately, that something was in the house. But by then, it was too late. They were gone the next morning, packed up, left without a word. I felt a chill run down my spine. What happened to them? Mrs. Gable shook her head. No one really knows. They just vanished. Some folks say they were cursed, or that they saw something they weren't meant to see. Others say they found something down there in the basement, something that shouldn't have been touched. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't sure if I believed her, but there was something unsettling in her eyes, something that made me feel like maybe she wasn't just telling stories. As the conversation drifted to other topics, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper to this house than I'd originally thought. Maybe it wasn't just the house being old. Maybe it was something more sinister. That night, after Mrs. Gable left, I decided to investigate the basement. I had avoided it up until now, but curiosity, no, maybe it was more like an instinct, drove me to finally open the door. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended into the dark, the smell of earth and dampness growing stronger with each step. The air was cold, almost too cold for a summer night. I fumbled for the light switch, my heart pounding in my chest. When the light flickered on, I looked around. It was just a typical basement. Old shelves, boxes stacked haphazardly, a few tools scattered about. But something about the space felt wrong, like there was something hidden beneath the surface. I couldn't explain it. I walked around, my feet crunching over dust and old newspapers. At the far end of the room, there was a small wooden door, half hidden behind a stack of old crates. It wasn't locked, and when I pulled it open, a wave of cold air hit me, and I stumbled back. It led to a small crawl space, so cramped I could barely fit. The walls were covered in faded symbols, scratched into the wood, like they had been carved there deliberately. A chill ran through me as I reached out to touch them, the air growing colder with every second. And then I saw it, a small leather-bound book wedged between the walls. My fingers trembled as I pulled it free, the pages yellowed with age. I opened it cautiously, my breath catching as I read the strange, cryptic words written on the pages. Some of it looked like Latin, some of it didn't make any sense at all. But the symbols, the rituals, they were all eerily familiar. I slammed the book shut, my heart racing. What had I just uncovered? Was this connected to what Mrs. Gable had said? Was this the curse? The door? I didn't know. But one thing was clear. The house had secrets. And those secrets were beginning to surface, whether I was ready for them or not. As I backed away from the crawl space, the door creaked behind me and I froze. The temperature in the basement dropped suddenly, and I could hear something. Soft, faint footsteps moving closer. But when I turned around, no one was there. I didn't stay much longer. I rushed back upstairs, locking the basement door behind me, my heart thumping wildly. Whatever was in this house, whatever was haunting it, was growing stronger, and I had no idea how to stop it. The next few days felt like I was walking through a haze. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that the house itself was watching me. The footsteps in the basement, the cryptic journal, the strange symbols. It was all starting to feel too real. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't deny the growing unease gnawing at my insides. Every time I entered a room, I couldn't help but check the corners, the shadows, as if expecting something or someone to be waiting for me. The noises started getting worse. At night, it wasn't just the creaking of the floorboards anymore. Now, I could hear what sounded like whispers, soft and indistinct, coming from the walls. It was almost like they were speaking to me, or maybe warning me. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was letting the weird journal get to me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Something was wrong. Something had been disturbed, and it wasn't just the house settling. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from upstairs. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I hadn't been up there all day, and I knew there was no one else in the house. My pulse quickened as the footsteps grew louder, closer, and then suddenly they stopped. I stood there in the dark, holding my breath, my ears straining for any sound, but there was nothing, only the silence of the house pressing in around me. It felt suffocating. I waited for what seemed like an eternity, and just when I thought I might go mad from the tension, I heard it again. This time it was a soft, dragging sound like something or someone was moving across the floor above me. I grabbed a flashlight from my bedside table and crept toward the stairs, my breath shaky and uneven. The air felt thick with something I couldn't explain. Every step I took seemed to make the floorboards groan louder than before, as if the house itself was warning me to turn back. But I couldn't. Not now. I had to know what was happening. I reached the top of the stairs and paused, the light from the flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. The upstairs hallway stretched before me, dark and silent, the wooden floors polished and smooth. But the silence felt wrong, like something was lurking just out of sight. I stepped forward, my footfalls muffled by the thick carpet beneath me. As I moved toward the first bedroom, the temperature dropped noticeably. A shiver ran through me, but I pushed it aside. I had to stay focused. When I reached the door to the room where I had heard the noises, I hesitated. The door was slightly ajar, the dim light from my flashlight flickering, as if responding to the tension in the air. I took a deep breath, pushed it open, and stepped inside. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The room was just like any other. The bed neatly made, the curtains drawn tight. But then I saw it. There, in the corner of the room, was a chair. It was rocking slowly back and forth, as if someone had just gotten up from it. I couldn't breathe. My eyes locked on the chair, and I waited for it to stop moving. But it didn't. It kept rocking, slow and steady, as if something invisible was sitting in it, moving with a rhythm that didn't match the stillness of everything else. I took a step back, my pulse quickening. "Hello," I whispered, though I knew I was alone. There was no response, just the quiet rocking of the chair. I was on the edge of panic, but I forced myself to stay calm, to think. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe the house was just settling again, like it always did. But then I heard it, a voice, faint and distant, but unmistakable. It wasn't a whisper this time. It was more like a low murmur, just out of reach, as though it was coming from inside my head. "You shouldn't have come." I froze. The words echoed in my mind, as clear as if someone had spoken them directly into my ear. My breath caught in my throat, and I turned toward the door, the flashlight trembling in my hand. But when I looked back at the chair, it was empty. The rocking had stopped. I didn't wait for anything else to happen. I bolted from the room, slamming the door behind me, my heart thudding in my chest. The air felt suffocating now, thick with the weight of what I'd just heard. I stumbled down the hallway, my mind racing. I couldn't stay in this house anymore. I needed to leave. But where would I go? There was nowhere else to turn. I was trapped. As I reached the stairs and started to descend, I heard a soft scraping sound coming from above me, like something dragging across the floor. I looked up, the light from the flashlight shaking in my hand, and there, at the top of the stairs, was a silhouette of a figure standing in the shadows. I couldn't make out any details, just a vague shape, tall and motionless, like it was waiting for me. My legs went weak, and I nearly lost my balance, but I didn't stop. I turned and ran down the stairs, nearly tripping over my own feet, my pulse racing. I reached the bottom and glanced over my shoulder, but the figure was gone. The house was silent again, but the silence felt wrong, as if it was waiting for something. I locked the door behind me, then stood in the middle of the living room, panting, my hands trembling. The house had been quiet for a while, but I knew it wasn't over. Something was in this house, something that didn't want me here. I wasn't sure how much longer I could stay, but one thing was certain. I wasn't alone, and whatever it was getting closer. The night passed slowly, each minute stretching into an eternity. I barely slept, my mind constantly racing over the events that had unfolded. The voice in my head, the chair rocking on its own, and that figure at the top of the stairs. It all felt too real, too tangible to dismiss. But what was I supposed to do? The house was my only option for now. I couldn't afford to leave, but I couldn't stay either. As dawn broke, I pulled myself out of bed, my body heavy with exhaustion. I had to do something. I had to understand what was happening. I couldn't keep living in fear like this. jumping at every creak and groan the house made. The first thing I did was return to the journal. I couldn't shake the feeling that it held the answers I was desperately searching for. I had already read through most of it, but I hadn't paid close enough attention. Maybe I'd missed something crucial. Sitting at the kitchen table, I flipped open the journal again, scanning the pages for any clue that could explain the strange happenings in the house. There were entries describing the house's original owner, a man named Nathaniel Crow. He had been an eccentric, reclusive figure, someone who rarely left the house and kept to himself. From what I gathered, Crow had become obsessed with the occult. His journals were filled with strange symbols, rituals, and references to dark forces. He had believed that by performing certain rituals in the house, he could open a door to another realm, a place where unimaginable power awaited. I didn't know if I believed in that kind of thing. Hell, I didn't even know if I believed in ghosts, but something about the way he wrote about it sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't just paranoia. Crow had genuinely believed that something was living in the house with him. The more I read, the more uneasy I became. Crow's obsession had only grown over time, and the entries became more frantic. He described hearing voices in the walls, feeling cold drafts in rooms that should have been sealed tight, and seeing shadows move when no one else was around. He wrote about the rituals he performed, strange, arcane practices that involved drawing symbols on the floor, lighting candles at midnight, and chanting in a language I couldn't even begin to understand. Crow had believed that these rituals could unlock the door to another world. He called it the threshold, and he was determined to cross it. One entry stood out to me in particular. It was dated just days before his disappearance. "I feel the door opening," it read. "Something is stirring. I can hear it moving. I have to prepare for what comes next. I won't be here much longer, but I have left my mark. Whoever follows me will hear it too. The door cannot be closed." I stopped reading then. My hand trembled as I closed the journal, my thoughts swirling. The door Crow had opened. Could it still be open? Was that what was causing all these strange occurrences? I didn't know, but one thing was clear. Crow's obsession had cost him everything, and I was starting to wonder if it would cost me too. I spent the rest of the day searching the house. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I had to find something, anything, that might explain the strange happenings. The house felt different now. It wasn't just old and creaky anymore. It felt alive, like something was watching me, waiting for me to uncover its secrets. I searched the basement again, this time more thoroughly. I found nothing new, but as I turned to leave, I heard it, soft footsteps, just behind me. They were faint, but they were unmistakable. I spun around, but no one was there. My heart began to pound in my chest. I was sure someone or something was following me. I quickly climbed back up the stairs, trying to steady my breath. I couldn't stay in that basement any longer. I needed to know more about Nathaniel Crow. I needed to understand the rituals he had performed and what had happened to him. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I went to the local library the next morning, hoping to find some kind of information on Crow. The librarian was an older woman, and when I asked her about the house, she looked at me with a mixture of pity and concern. "You're living in that house?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "It's not a place for anyone, especially someone new to town. You should have known better." I stared at her, confused. "What do you mean?" She hesitated for a moment before speaking again, her voice lowering to a whisper. Nathaniel Crow, he wasn't just obsessed with the occult. There were rumors that he'd gone mad, that he'd started seeing things, hearing things. They say he tried to bring something back from the other side, and when he failed, it stayed. My stomach twisted. I hadn't told her anything about the strange events in the house, but her words were enough to confirm my suspicions. Whatever Crow had summoned was still there, still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next person to stumble upon it. The librarian continued, her eyes wide with fear. "He was last seen running out of that house, babbling about curses and shadows, and no one ever saw him again. The house has been empty for years, but it's never truly been abandoned. The spirits of the past still linger there. They won't let go. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I wanted to leave, to walk away from this nightmare. But I couldn't. There was something about that house, something about the mystery that kept me rooted in place. I had to know the truth, no matter what it cost. That evening, after a long day of research, I returned to the house. The air felt thicker now, like it was pressing in on me. I was ready to leave, ready to pack my things and never look back. But as I stepped into the living room, something stopped me. The chair in the corner was rocking again, and this time it wasn't empty. The room was silent, the kind of silence that felt suffocating, thick with the weight of something unseen. My breath hitched in my chest as I stared at the rocking chair in the corner. I didn't want to believe it, but there in the dim light, I could make out a figure, a shadow sitting in the chair, its head tilted slightly forward, as if watching me. My heart thudded in my chest, each beat like a drum pounding in my ears. I took a step back, my legs trembling, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure. The chair rocked gently back and forth, as though it had a life of its own, and I could feel it, too. The chill in the air, colder than it had ever been before, a cold that seemed to seep into my skin, my bones, until I could hardly move. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. The figure didn't move, didn't react. It simply sat there, still and silent. I couldn't tell if it was a person or something else entirely. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. My mind screamed at me to leave, but something held me in place, something deep and primal, like I was being drawn toward it by invisible strings. The figure shifted slightly, its head tilting up, as though it was looking right at me. But there were no eyes, just a blank, featureless face, like a mask of darkness. And yet, I felt it, the weight of its gaze, heavy and suffocating. It was watching me, studying me, as if it had been waiting for this moment. I stumbled backward, my hand reaching for the door, but before I could touch the handle, the room seemed to distort. The walls closed in, the air grew thicker, and the shadows in the corners of the room stretched longer, twisting and writhing. The figure remained unmoving, its presence filling the space, suffocating it. In a blind panic, I reached for the light switch, flipping it on. The harsh light flooded the room, momentarily blinding me. When my eyes adjusted, the chair was empty. The figure was gone. There was nothing but the empty chair, still rocking gently as if nothing had happened. I stood there, frozen, my mind spinning in disbelief. What the hell had I just seen? Had I imagined it? No! It felt too real, too solid. My hands were shaking as I ran them through my hair, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I had to get out of this house. I had to leave before it drove me insane. I didn't know how much time passed, but when I finally managed to pull myself together, I quickly grabbed my coat and headed for the door. But as I stepped into the hallway, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, slow and methodical, echoing through the silence. I froze, my blood turning cold. The footsteps were coming from upstairs. I had to leave, now. But before I could make a move, I heard a voice, soft, faint, but unmistakable. It came from the darkness at the top of the stairs. The voice wasn't loud, but it was there, echoing in the silence, whispering my name. Sarah. My heart stopped. How could it know my name? I hadn't told anyone I was here. The voice was raspy, hoarse, like it hadn't been used in years. It sent a shiver down my spine, the hairs on my neck standing on end. Sarah. It called again, more insistent this time. And then the footsteps resumed, quicker now, as if whatever was up there was coming for me. I didn't wait. I bolted for the door, my feet pounding against the wooden floor as I ran through the house. The air grew colder with every step I took. and I could feel the darkness closing in behind me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I reached for the doorknob, my hands slick with sweat. But when I touched the door, it was cold. Too cold. I yanked it open, but the door wouldn't budge. It was stuck, as if something was holding it shut, keeping me in the house. I could hear it now, the sound of something moving behind me. The footsteps were closer, faster, echoing through the hallway. And then, the voice again, now right behind me. "Sarah." I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest, but there was nothing there, just the darkness. I pushed harder against the door, desperate to get out, but it still wouldn't open. The pressure in the room was building, the air thick and suffocating. I could feel the presence again, just behind me, its cold breath brushing against my neck. The smell of decay, of something old and rotten, filled the air, and then I heard it, a low, guttural growl. It came from the darkness, deep and animalistic, as though whatever was lurking in the shadows was waiting to strike. I didn't care anymore. I wasn't going to wait for whatever was in that house to claim me. With all the strength I could muster, I yanked the door open, and this time it gave way. I stumbled outside, gasping for air as I ran down the steps. The cold night air hit me like a slap in the face, but it was a relief. It was real. The world outside was real. I didn't look back as I ran down the street, not daring to glance over my shoulder. The house, that cursed place, was behind me now, but even as I distanced myself from it, I could still feel it. The presence. It was still there, watching me from the dark corners of my mind. I don't know how long I ran, but when I finally stopped, I found myself at a small diner at the edge of town. I sat down, trying to catch my breath, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As I sat there, my thoughts racing, I heard something faint, just above the hum of the diner's fluorescent lights. It was a whisper, a soft, raspy voice. "Sarah, it wasn't over. The house hadn't let me go." And as I sat there, the chilling realization settled in. I would never be free. Not really. Whatever had been haunting that house, whatever Crow had unleashed, was still out there. And it was waiting for the next person to move in, waiting for the next person to hear their name. The days after I left the house blurred together. I tried to bury the memories, to convince myself it was all in my head. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again. The empty rocking chair, the voice calling my name from the darkness, the coldness that wrapped itself around me like a suffocating blanket. The more I tried to ignore it, the louder it became, echoing in my mind, gnawing at my thoughts. I couldn't escape it. The house had a hold on me. The presence, that thing that had been waiting, wasn't done. And no matter where I went, it followed me. I could feel it lurking, just beyond the veil of my awareness. It wasn't something I could outrun. It was part of me now. I couldn't stay in the town either. Not with that thing still out there, still tied to me. But where else could I go? I couldn't go back to the house. And no matter how much I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, I knew deep down that if I went back there, it would be worse. The thing had marked me, and it was only a matter of time before it came for me again. It was a cold night when I decided to go back. I didn't have any logical reason for it. Maybe I thought I could confront it, end it once and for all. Maybe I was just too tired of running. Either way, I packed a bag, grabbed my car keys, and set out for that house. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I couldn't explain it. How could I? It didn't make sense. But something pulled me back. It had to be dealt with. The drive was long, my mind reeling as I neared the town. The memories hit me in waves. Each bump in the road, each twist of the highway, all leading me back to that place. The house, the shadows, the footsteps. When I finally turned onto the familiar street, the house loomed ahead, dark and imposing. I could barely make out its shape in the distance, but I knew it was there. The lights from my headlights flickered across the old, creaky structure, casting long, twisting shadows over the lawn. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. The cold from that night, the same cold that had seeped into my bones, was creeping up my spine once more. I parked the car on the side of the road and just sat there for a moment, staring at the house. It looked like it was waiting for me. It always had been. I could feel it in the air, like a low hum, a presence that filled the space around me. I couldn't go in the front door. The thought of it made my skin crawl. So I went around to the back, the place where I had first entered. The door was still there, the same old wooden frame, the same rusted knob. I turned it, half expecting it to be locked, but to my surprise, it creaked open, as if welcoming me back. I stepped inside, and immediately the air grew colder. The familiar smell of dust and decay filled my nostrils. The house was silent, too silent, but it wasn't the peaceful kind of quiet. It was the kind of silence that makes your skin prickle, like something is watching you, waiting for the right moment to strike. I walked through the hallway, my steps echoing in the stillness. Every floorboard groaned under my weight, each creak making me jump, my heart racing. The house felt alive, as if it were breathing with me, sharing in my anxiety. I passed the kitchen, and for a moment, I thought I heard a faint whisper, just a soft rustle, like someone was moving around in the room. But when I peeked inside, it was empty. Nothing but the stale, lifeless air. I moved on, my feet heavy as I climbed the stairs. The upper floor was dark, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in around me, and then I heard it, a soft, muffled sound. It was coming from the room at the end of the hall. I wasn't sure why I went toward it. Maybe I thought I could finally face whatever haunted this place. Maybe I thought I could make it stop. But as I neared the door, the sound grew louder. It was a rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking, but it wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from inside the room. My hand shook as I reached for the doorknob. The room was pitch black beyond it, but I could feel the pull, the gravity of whatever lay within. I hesitated, my breath shallow, but I knew I had no choice. I had to see it. I had to know what was waiting for me. I opened the door. The room was empty at first, but then I saw it. The rocking chair, still and silent in the far corner, just like before. And sitting in it was the figure, the same shadowy form, hunched forward, its face hidden in the darkness. And it was moving, slowly, deliberately, rocking back and forth, as if it were alive. Sarah, the voice. It was the same voice I had heard before. Low, raspy. It called my name again, the sound echoing in my mind. Sarah, I've been waiting. I could feel it. It was here. It had never left. Before I could move, the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was no escape. The figure was gone, the chair still rocking. And then the room went cold. So cold it took my breath away. My body trembled, my teeth chattering in the freezing air. And then it happened. The floorboards beneath me creaked, groaning under a heavy weight. I didn't need to look down to know it was there. I could feel the presence, something cold and ancient, closing in around me. I tried to scream, but my voice was trapped in my throat. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, stuck in place as the air thickened with the sound of footsteps, slow, heavy, and deliberate, moving toward me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. It was right behind me, breath cold against my neck. Something was there, and it was ready to claim me. I didn't wait. I ran. I tore through the house, the walls shifting and warping around me. The footsteps were close now, the breath hot and close on my neck, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't look back. I reached the front door, my hand yanking at the knob. It wouldn't turn. I was trapped, and that's when I heard it, a low, guttural growl, and then silence. The door opened. I didn't look back as I ran into the night, and when I looked over my shoulder, the house was gone, but I could still hear it. The footsteps. The voice. It was waiting for the next person to come, and it would never let go. I didn't go back to the house after that night. No matter how much I tried to move on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me. It was as if the house had left a mark on me, an imprint that clung to my skin, my thoughts, my every move. I went to a hotel that night, a cheap place on the outskirts of town, where the walls were thin and the sheets smelled like stale bleach. But even there, I couldn't escape the feeling that I wasn't alone. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, convinced that I could hear something. Soft whispers, faint scratching noises, like something was trying to get inside my mind. I tried to tell myself I was just scared, that I was still shaken by what I'd seen, what I'd felt. But no matter how hard I tried to calm myself, the fear wouldn't go away. It never did. The days turned into weeks, and I thought I could finally get some rest, finally get some peace. I tried to forget about the house, about the thing that had haunted me there. But then, a message arrived. It was a postcard, one of those generic, touristy ones you buy in a shop when you're passing through. A picture of the town's old landmarks, the ones that hadn't changed in decades. There was no return address, no name, just the words. Asterisk, it's still waiting for you. Asterisk, I felt the blood drain from my face when I saw it. My hands were trembling, and I could barely breathe. It wasn't the message that scared me. It was the fact that it had arrived at all. How had they found me? How did it know where I was? I threw the postcard away, but the words stayed with me. It's still waiting for you. I didn't know who had sent it, but I was certain it wasn't someone from the town. I hadn't told anyone about the house, about the things I'd seen, not even the neighbors who had mentioned it. And yet, someone knew. Someone knew what had happened. I couldn't stop thinking about it. That voice, the cold, the thing that had been waiting for me, the thing that had followed me, the thing that never let go. I felt like it was out there, just beyond the edge of my vision, lurking in the shadows. I didn't want to go back to the house. Not ever. But I had to know. I had to understand what was going on, why it was happening to me. So, I made up my mind I would go back. One last time. I didn't know what I would find, but I knew I had to do it. There was no running anymore. The house had already claimed me, and no matter where I went, I couldn't outrun it. So, I packed a bag, rented a car, and drove back to the town. It was late when I arrived, the moon barely visible behind a thick blanket of clouds. The town was quiet, too quiet, as though the streets were holding their breath. I parked near the house and just sat there, staring at it. The house hadn't changed. It looked the same, dark and foreboding, just like the last time I saw it. But this time, I wasn't afraid, at least not in the same way. I knew what I was walking into. I got out of the car and made my way to the front door, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. The porch creaked under my weight, the sound unervingly familiar. I reached for the door, my hand cold as it wrapped around the knob. It turned easily, as if waiting for me. Inside, the house was just as I remembered. The air was stale, filled with dust and something else. Something I couldn't quite name. I could feel it. It was everywhere. I moved through the house slowly, the same old creaks and groans greeting me with every step. My heart pounded in my chest, but I pressed on. I knew I was close to something I needed to see. I made my way to the room at the end of the hall, the room where it had all started. The door was slightly ajar, just like before. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was empty, except for the chair, the rocking chair. It sat in the corner, still and silent. But something was different this time. It wasn't empty. Sitting in the chair was a figure. I couldn't make out any details at first. The shadows seemed to warp around it, like it wasn't entirely real. It was like staring into a darkened mirror, distorted, unnatural. And then it spoke. "Sarah," it whispered, its voice a low rasp, like something dragging across the floor. I've been waiting. My blood ran cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. It was the same voice, the same feeling, but now it was here, in front of me. I reached out a hand, but the air was thick, like I was pushing through water. The figure slowly turned its head toward me, and I saw it. Its eyes, dark and hollow, staring straight through me. I could feel it, like its gaze was burning into my soul. "Don't you want to know why?" it asked, its voice slithering into my mind. I didn't answer. I couldn't. It chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that made my skin crawl. "You think you can escape it, but you're wrong. The house will never let you go." The room grew colder, the air freezing around me. My breath came out in visible clouds. The chair began to rock slowly, creaking as it moved back and forth, as if it had a life of its own. I couldn't stay. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. The walls seemed to close in around me, the house shifting, warping. I could hear footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate. But when I turned, there was nothing there. The darkness pressed in, suffocating, relentless. And then I saw it, the figure, right in front of me. It wasn't the same as before. It was more than a shadow now. It had form, shape, and it was standing there, blocking the way out. "Sarah, you can't run." I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. It was too much. I closed my eyes, heart racing. When I opened them again, the figure was gone. The house was silent once more. But I could hear something, a soft whisper, floating through the air like a dying breath. Asterisk, it's not over. Asterisk, and then I ran. I didn't stop running. My feet barely touched the ground as I raced out of the house, through the hallway, past the door that had once been my only barrier to whatever haunted the place. The air was thick, suffocating, pressing in on me from all sides. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, as if the house itself were alive, feeding off my fear. I burst through the front door and didn't look back. I didn't dare. The moment I crossed the threshold, the air outside felt like freedom, but it was cold, too cold. It shouldn't have been that cold. My breath misted in front of me, as though winter had decided to settle in the town early. I ran to my car, my legs burning, but I didn't care. My hands fumbled with the keys as I reached the door. My heart thudded so loudly in my chest. I thought I might pass out right then and there. But the engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into gear, speeding away from the house, away from the town. The road was empty, stretching out in front of me like an endless dark ribbon. But even as I drove, I couldn't escape it. That feeling that something was still there, just beyond my reach, trailing behind me like a shadow. I glanced into the rear-view mirror, and for just a second, I thought I saw it. A shape, a figure, standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. But when I blinked, it was gone. The road was empty. I didn't stop driving. I didn't even slow down. I made it to the nearest city and found a hotel. I checked in under a fake name, paid in cash. I couldn't risk anyone finding me. Not now. Not after what had happened. The manager barely gave me a second glance, probably used to seeing people with wild eyes and stories they didn't want to hear. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. I wanted to forget. But the moment I stepped into the room, I knew it wasn't over. The room was too quiet, too still. The walls felt too thick, like they were closing in on me. I set my bag on the floor, pulled the curtain shut, and sat on the edge of the bed. The stillness seemed to press on my ears, suffocating, until I could hear nothing but the pounding of my heart. But then, there was again a sound, soft at first, almost imperceptible. A creak, a shuffle. My head snapped toward the door. The floorboards in the hallway, just outside the room, were groaning under the weight of footsteps. I stood up so fast I knocked over the chair. My pulse was in my throat, and I felt like I was suffocating. I held my breath listening. The footsteps weren't just moving across the floor. They were coming closer, closer to the door. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. Was this happening again? Was this some kind of sick joke? Or had I truly escaped the house only to bring its horrors with me? There was a knock at the door. My stomach dropped to my feet. I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't answer. I didn't want to know who or what was on the other side of that door. The knocking continued, soft at first, then harder, insistent. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 more. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't let it in. But if I left, if I ran again, would it follow me? Would it follow me forever? I turned toward the window, but it was too high up, and the streets outside were empty, lifeless. There was no escape. I had no choice. I grabbed my bag, ran for the door, and flung it open. The hallway was empty. No one was there. I stepped into the corridor, my footsteps eerily loud. The hotel was silent, its atmosphere thick with something I couldn't quite place. The air felt wrong. It felt the same as the house. I hurried down the hall, my pulse hammering in my ears. I reached the elevator, pressed a button. It seemed to take forever for the doors to open. When they finally did, I stepped inside, but as I did, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. There, at the end of the hallway, the shadow, the figure. It was watching me. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, but my voice was caught in my throat. The elevator doors slammed shut, and the car jerked into motion. But even as I descended, I could feel it. The presence. It was there with me. It was in the elevator, watching me, waiting for me. The doors opened with a soft chime, and I stumbled out, eyes wide. The lobby was empty, still, but I could feel it. The cold, the creeping sensation that something was behind me, just out of sight. I left the hotel without looking back. I had no destination in mind. I just had to get away. I drove through the night, past the streets, past the city, but no matter how far I went, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still there, that it was following me, waiting for me to slip up. By the time the sun started to rise, I knew I couldn't run anymore. The house had been just the beginning. It had set something in motion, something I couldn't stop. I had to go back. I had to face it. I had to understand what it wanted, because I knew it wasn't done with me. Not yet. It was only a matter of time before I had to confront it again. I spent the next few days in a haze, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shadows, the figure, and I could hear the creaking floorboards and the whispers of something just out of reach. I tried to go about my life, pretending that nothing had changed, that I was safe, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still there, lurking. I kept hearing footsteps in my apartment at night when I was trying to sleep. The same slow, heavy steps that I had heard in the house. They echoed through the empty rooms, just like they had before, only this time they seemed to be following me, moving closer. It was as if I had never left. One evening, I decided that enough was enough. I had to find out what was happening. I had to face it, no matter the cost. I packed a bag with a few essentials, left a note on the kitchen counter, and drove back to the house. I knew I couldn't avoid it forever. I had to uncover the truth. The drive there was long, and every mile felt heavier than the last. The closer I got to the town, the more oppressive the air became, thick with dread and anticipation. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles turned white. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn back. When I reached the house, I parked in front of the door, staring at it for a long moment. The same house, the same peeling paint and cracked windows. But now it felt different. It felt wrong, like a trap. I stepped out of the car and approached the door. It was locked, but the key still hung in the same place, just as I had left it. I twisted it in the lock, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The smell hit me immediately. The musty air, the dampness of the walls, the lingering scent of something old. The same feeling washed over me, like I had never left. I took a deep breath and walked through the house, each step echoing louder than the last. The silence was suffocating. I went upstairs to the room where I had seen the figure, the room where everything had started. I could feel the weight of it, the presence, thick in the air. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped inside, eyes scanning the room, but it was empty, just like before. Nothing had changed, except for one thing. The journal was gone. I didn't know why I had expected it to be there, but the absence of it sent a chill down my spine. It had been there, tucked away under the floorboard, but now it was missing. I ran my fingers along the floor, feeling the rough wood, the places where the boards met, but there was no sign of it. No hidden compartments. Nothing. Panic rose in my throat. Where was it? I searched the entire room, then the rest of the house. Every closet, every drawer, every corner. But it was gone. It was as if it had never existed. Frustration and fear began to boil over inside me. I couldn't make sense of it. It had been the only clue I had, the only thing that had given me a glimpse of what was going on. And now it was gone. I sat down on the floor, my head in my hands, trying to calm my racing mind. It wasn't over. I knew it wasn't over. The house had claimed it. The house had taken it back. That's when I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. It wasn't in my head. It was real. The sound of a voice, speaking in a language I didn't understand. The words were foreign, twisted, like they were being dragged out of the walls themselves. I stood up, my heart racing. The room was growing colder, the air thickening with the presence of something. Something old, something powerful. I turned, and there in the corner of the room, I saw it. A shadow. It moved, shifting and writhing like it was alive, a darkness that seemed to swallow everything around it. And in that moment I understood. It wasn't the house that was cursed. It was the land itself. The earth beneath my feet had been stained with something ancient, something terrible. And the house, the walls, the floorboards, they were merely vessels, containers for whatever had been summoned all those years ago. I stepped back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The shadow stretched toward me, its presence overwhelming, as though it were pulling the air from my lungs. I couldn't move. My legs wouldn't work. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat. Then, the whisper came again, louder this time, and I understood. Leave. It was the only word it spoke, but it was enough. The warning. The command. I turned and ran. I didn't think, didn't care where I was going. I just had to get out. But as I raced down the stairs, I heard the footsteps again. The same slow, deliberate steps. Heavy, closer. I didn't dare look back. I didn't want to know what was following me. I reached the door and slammed it open, running into the night. I didn't stop until I was back in my car, speeding away, the house shrinking in the rearview mirror. But even as I drove, I could still feel it. The shadow, the presence. It wasn't over. It wasn't done with me. And I had no idea what to do next. I was trapped, and so was the next person who moved in. It's been weeks since I fled the house. I thought that by leaving, I could escape it. Escape the dark presence that had clung to me, suffocating every moment of peace I tried to find. I was wrong. I thought about it every day, especially at night, when the quiet of my new apartment only seemed to amplify the haunting memories of the old house. The shadows in my room felt like they were watching, waiting, as though the house had followed me here. I tried to tell myself that it was just the stress, that I was still shaken from everything I had seen, but deep down, I knew it wasn't just in my head. It was real. The air around me felt heavier every day, suffocating. I would hear the faintest noises, soft creaks in the floor, the subtle sound of something shifting in the walls. But when I would turn to look, there was nothing but the silence that was so loud it echoed in my ears. I've been trying to get back to some semblance of normalcy. I started working again, going through the motions of life, but the unease never left me. It was always there, just beneath the surface. And then, last night, it happened again. I woke up in the middle of the night, my sheets cold and damp with sweat. The air was still and heavy, and it felt like someone was standing in the room with me. My heart hammered in my chest as I lay there, frozen, my eyes darting around the room. I couldn't see anything. No shadow, no movement, but the presence was undeniable. The same feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond my vision. I reached for my phone, my hands trembling, desperate to break the silence. I turned on the flashlight and shined it around the room, but nothing was there. My breath came in shallow gasps as I tried to calm myself. This was just my mind playing tricks on me. The house had been a nightmare, and I had escaped. I was safe. But when I lowered the phone, that's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, near the door, there was a shadow. It wasn't the same as the one I had seen in the house, but it was close enough. It stood still, motionless, like it was waiting for something, waiting for me. I blinked, thinking it was just a trick of the light, but when I opened my eyes again, it was still there. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt like it was closing up. And then I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps echoing in the hall outside my room, each one heavy and measured. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the shadow, willing myself to make sense of it. But nothing made sense anymore. The footsteps stopped. Silence again. But this time, it wasn't just silence. It was a presence, pressing down on me, filling every corner of the room. I felt suffocated. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even think. I heard the whisper again, not in my head, but in the room, as if it were coming from the walls themselves. The same voice, the same command. Leave. It was softer now, almost pleading, but the urgency in the tone was unmistakable. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled out of bed, heart pounding in my chest, eyes wide, searching the room for the source of the voice. But there was nothing, only the oppressive weight of the silence. I grabbed my phone, threw on some clothes, and ran out of the apartment. I didn't care where I went. I didn't care about anything but getting as far away from that room, from whatever had followed me as possible. I didn't stop until I was standing outside on the street, the cool night air biting at my skin. My mind was racing, my breath coming in shallow, panicked bursts. But it wasn't over. I knew that now. The house was gone, but the curse wasn't. It had never left me. It had followed me, waited for me to let my guard down. It had always been there, lurking just outside my sight, just beyond the corner of my vision. I'm not safe. I will never be safe. The truth is, I don't know how long I'll be able to escape this. I don't know how long before it finds me again. But if you're reading this, if you've listened to my story and found yourself looking over your shoulder, hearing footsteps in the distance, or feeling that weight in the air, just know this: you're not alone. Whatever is out there, whatever was unleashed in that house, is still out there, waiting. And the next person who moves and might be the one it comes for. It's been weeks since I fled the house. I thought that by leaving, I could escape it. Escape the dark presence that had clung to me, suffocating every moment of peace I tried to find. I was wrong. I thought about it every day, especially at night, when the quiet of my new apartment only seemed to amplify the haunting memories of the old house. The shadows in my room felt like they were watching, waiting, as though the house had followed me here. I tried to tell myself that it was just the stress, that I was still shaken from everything I had seen, but deep down, I knew it wasn't just in my head. It was real. The air around me felt heavier every day, suffocating. I would hear the faintest noises, soft creaks in the floor, the subtle sound of something shifting in the walls. But when I would turn to look, there was nothing but the silence. The silence that was so loud it echoed in my ears. I've been trying to get back to some semblance of normalcy. I started working again, going through the motions of life, but the unease never left me. It was always there, just beneath the surface. And then, last night, it happened again. I woke up in the middle of the night, my sheets cold and damp with sweat. The air was still and heavy, and it felt like someone was standing in the room with me. My heart hammered in my chest as I lay there, frozen, my eyes darting around the room. I couldn't see anything. No shadow, no movement, but the presence was undeniable. The same feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond my vision. I reached for my phone, my hands trembling, desperate to break the silence. I turned on the flashlight and shined it around the room, but nothing was there. My breath came in shallow gasps as I tried to calm myself. This was just my mind playing tricks on me. The house had been a nightmare, and I had escaped. I was safe. But when I lowered the phone, that's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, near the door, there was a shadow. It wasn't the same as the one I had seen in the house, but it was close enough. It stood still, motionless, like it was waiting for something, waiting for me. I blinked, thinking it was just a trick of the light, but when I opened my eyes again, it was still there. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't breathe. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt like it was closing up. And then I heard the footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps echoing in the hall outside my room. Each one heavy and measured. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the shadow, willing myself to make sense of it. But nothing made sense anymore. The footsteps stopped. Silence again. But this time, it wasn't just silence. It was a presence, pressing down on me, filling every corner of the room. I felt suffocated. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even think. I heard the whisper again, not in my head, but in the room, as if it were coming from the walls themselves. The same voice, the same command, leave. It was softer now, almost pleading, but the urgency in the tone was unmistakable. I didn't need to be told twice. I scrambled out of bed, heart pounding in my chest, eyes wide, searching the room for the source of the voice. But there was nothing, only the oppressive weight of the silence. I grabbed my phone, threw on some clothes, and ran out of the apartment. I didn't care where I went. I didn't care about anything but getting as far away from that room, from whatever had followed me as possible. I didn't stop until I was standing outside on the street, the cool night air biting at my skin. My mind was racing, my breath coming in shallow, panicked bursts. But it wasn't over. I knew that now. The house was gone, but the curse wasn't. It had never left me. It had followed me, waited for me to let my guard down. It had always been there, lurking just outside my sight, just beyond the corner of my vision. I'm not safe. I will never be safe. The truth is, I don't know how long I'll be able to escape this. I don't know how long before it finds me again. But if you're reading this, if you've listened to my story and found yourself looking over your shoulder, hearing footsteps in the distance, or feeling that weight in the air, just know this: you're not alone. Whatever is out there, whatever was unleashed in that house, is still out there, waiting. And the next person who moves and might be the one it comes for. I wish I could say that I'm done, that the house is behind me, that I've escaped its grip. But I can't. The nightmares come every night now, vivid and suffocating. The same cold air, the same footsteps echoing through the darkness. I can't shake it. It's always there, just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to pounce. I had hoped I could outrun it, that moving far away from the house would make it stop, but I was wrong. It's following me, like it knows where I am, like it's always known. I can't focus. Every time I look over my shoulder, there's that feeling again, the weight of something behind me, something watching me, waiting for me to slip up. And last night, something changed. Something broke. I was at the local diner. trying to get some normalcy back into my life, talking to some friendly faces, when I overheard a conversation at the table next to mine. Two women gossiping about a new tenant who had just moved into the house on Pine Street. My old house. My stomach dropped. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The house had been empty for months after I left, and I had assumed it would stay that way. But someone else had moved in. Someone else had been drawn to it, just like I was. I had to know more. I waited for them to leave, and when they did, I approached the waiter. My voice felt strained, like I was choking on my own words, but I managed to ask about the house. He looked at me curiously, but then his eyes flickered to the door, as if to make sure no one was listening. "You don't want to know about that place," he said quietly. "They say the last tenant, well, he just ran out of there one night, screaming about curses and shadows. He swore he saw something in the house, something that wasn't human." My heart sank. I felt sick. This was it. This was the same story I had heard from that neighbor before I moved in. The one about the house being cursed, about the strange things that had happened to the people who had lived there before me. But it didn't stop there. The waiter hesitated for a moment, and then, almost as if he had made up his mind, he leaned in closer. Some people say the original owner. He was into some dark stuff. Not just regular occult nonsense, but something worse. Rituals, ceremonies. They say he opened a door that shouldn't have been opened. And now, it's like something's been let loose in that house. I froze. The house. The rituals. The curse. It was all real. It had never been my imagination. The house had never really let me go. And now someone else was paying the price. Someone else would soon be trapped in the same nightmare I had lived through. "I'd stay away from there if I were you," the waiter warned me, his voice low and urgent. "It's not just a house that's haunted. It's what's inside of it." The words echoed in my mind, a cold, creeping dread seeping through me. I had to go back. I had to see for myself if this new tenant was in danger. But what if I was wrong? What if I couldn't escape it? I didn't have a choice. I drove back to the house that night, the place that had once felt like my prison. The darkness of the trees loomed on either side of the road as I approached, and for a moment, I thought about turning around. I thought about leaving it all behind, pretending like none of this ever happened. But I couldn't. I couldn't live with the guilt of knowing I didn't do everything I could to help someone else. Not after everything I'd been through. When I arrived, the house was exactly the same. The creaky front steps, the overgrown yard, the dim light flickering from one of the upstairs windows. It was as if it had been waiting for me. I parked in front of the house and sat there for a moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I could feel the weight of the house's presence, 1,000 unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. I was terrified, but I forced myself to get out of the car. As I walked toward the door, I could hear faint footsteps inside. The new tenant. He was there. I knocked, my hand trembling, and waited. A few moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a man I didn't recognize. His face was pale, his eyes sunken, like he hadn't slept in days. "I was hoping you'd come by," he said in a low voice, as though he had been expecting me. I stepped inside, and that's when I felt it. The same cold, suffocating air that had surrounded me in my own time here. The house hadn't changed. It hadn't stopped. It was still alive in its own twisted way, still feeding on the fear and the darkness that had been left behind. "I know what you're thinking," the man said, his voice shaky. "I heard the stories, the ones about the house, the rituals, but I didn't believe it. Not at first. I looked around the room, my heart pounding. The man seemed to be on edge, constantly glancing over his shoulder as if waiting for something to jump out at him. I didn't believe it either," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "But I know now. It's not just the house that's cursed. It's everything inside it. You need to leave. Now." The man looked at me, his face full of disbelief. "You don't understand. It's already too late. It's already awake. The door behind us slammed shut with a deafening thud, and I spun around in horror. The house was alive, and it was hungry. The man stepped back, his face contorting with fear. "You should have stayed away," he whispered. "Now we're both trapped." I couldn't breathe. The air in the house thickened, as though it had suddenly become harder to inhale, each breath heavy with an oppressive force. I turned to the man, his wide, terrified eyes staring back at me. The door, it had slammed shut behind us, locking us in. Panic surged through me, but I tried to push it down. I couldn't afford to lose my cool, not now. Not when the house was alive again. "We have to get out," I said, my voice hoarse. "Now?" The man didn't answer. He just stood there, his eyes darting around the room, his body tense, as though he were waiting for something to move. I followed his gaze, but there was nothing. Nothing that I could see anyway. But I could feel it. It was like the walls themselves were watching us, listening, waiting. "What's happening?" I asked, stepping closer to him. "What's been going on here?" He swallowed hard, his face pale, and then he looked at me like he was seeing a ghost. "I don't know. It started small at first. Creaks at night, cold spots, things moving when I wasn't looking. I thought I was imagining it, but then it got worse." His voice trailed off, and I could see his hands shaking. His lips were quivering as though he couldn't even form the words to describe what had been happening. I stepped back, trying to steady myself. "The man who lived here before you, did he say anything about what was happening? About what this place really is?" The man nodded, his eyes flicking nervously toward the staircase. "He told me. He said it was a curse that the original owner put on this place when he performed his rituals. He opened something dark, something that doesn't belong here." I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I could hear it now. The faint scratching sound coming from somewhere upstairs. Slow, steady, like something was dragging itself across the floor. It wasn't just the house settling. This was something else. Something far worse. The man took a few steps back, his expression twisted with terror. "We need to leave. Right now." I nodded quickly, turning toward the door. But before I could reach it, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from upstairs. Slow, methodical. Each step sent a jolt of fear through me, and my heart began to race. This wasn't just in my head. Something was coming. "Are you sure it's safe to open the door?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Maybe we should." Before I could finish, the man turned toward the stairs, his face stricken with fear. I don't think we can outrun it," he whispered. I looked at him in confusion, my mind racing. "What do you mean?" And then it happened. The door to the room we were standing in slammed shut with a force so powerful, it rattled the windows. The air turned ice cold, and I could see my breath misting in the air. The house had fully awakened, and it wasn't just watching anymore. It was hunting. From above, I could hear it now, a low, guttural growl, like something not entirely human. It echoed down the stairs, growing louder with each passing second. My blood ran cold. The man backed away, eyes wide. He was trembling uncontrollably. "It's here. It's come for us." I turned toward the door, desperate to escape, but the sound of something heavy scraping along the floor above us froze me in place. The footsteps were right above us, too close. Whatever was up there, it was coming down the stairs. And it wasn't alone. The room grew colder. The shadows stretched unnaturally long across the walls. The floor beneath me creaked, like something was standing just behind me, waiting for me to turn around. I couldn't make myself move. Every inch of my body screamed for me to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The man was already moving. He dashed toward the window, but it was too late. The sound of heavy breathing filled the room, sharp and raspy. It wasn't human. It never had been. I turned slowly, and what I saw made my heart stop. There, standing in the doorway, was a figure. tall and thin, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. It wasn't alive, not in the way we were. Its skin was stretched tight, a sickly, unnatural gray, and its mouth was twisted in a permanent, grotesque grin. The air around it shimmered, distorted by something that wasn't meant to be there. The man screamed, his voice high-pitched, strangled with terror, but it was no use. The thing reached out with long, skeletal fingers and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. His body flailed, but the creature's grip was unyielding. I was paralyzed. All I could do was watch as the man's face turned purple, his eyes bulging. The thing dragged him toward the stairs, and his screams echoed through the house, fading into silence. I was next. I knew it, but I ran. I ran faster than I ever thought I could. The door that had been locked was now open. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I didn't stop until I was out of the house, running through the overgrown yard, gasping for air. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I didn't dare slow down. I made it to my car, hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. The house loomed behind me, silent now. Its dark windows stared at me, empty and waiting. As I started the engine and sped away, I glanced in the rear-view mirror, and I saw it, just for a split second, a shadow standing in the window. It wasn't over. I didn't know what I had just escaped, what had been unleashed in that house. But I couldn't forget the look in the man's eyes when he realized it was already too late. I don't know where I'll go, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never be free. Whatever was in that house is still out there, still waiting, and it knows my name. It knows all of us.